Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VRML Season 15 pre-show. My name's Nightfire with two E's. We are here for the round-robin group stage on the NA side of things, and I'm joined by my co-casters on the pre-show desk this afternoon, Chumbait and Shipflex. Chumbait, we'll start with you. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm drinking a little bit of caffeine. It's got me a little bit rejuvenated, and I'm really ready to hop into these NA round robins.
Yeah, you have had a super long day today. This whole weekend's going to be a long one for you. Last weekend was a long one. A lot of casts coming out from your side, Chum. So a quick shout out to you for all of the broadcasting that you have been doing here. I do want to make sure that people know that you've been putting in the hard work. And obviously Shipwrecked also on the desk. Shipwrecked, how are you feeling today?
Oh, pretty good. I'm well rested, ready to rock and roll.
Yes, I am as well. I'm well rested, ready to rock and roll, and hopefully these teams are well rested after, in some cases, what has been a very long road to get here. The way it starts is that the start of a season, over 13 weeks of regular season gameplay that culminate into a regular season ladder where we have the top 7 teams that automatically qualify onto the round robin tournament phase of the postseason. We also then have that 8th spot competed for in the Challenger Cup. That Challenger Cup was just held last weekend, where we had plenty of fantastic teams battle out on stream for a chance to be the one team that would advance on and play this weekend in these round-robin group stages. We won't be seeing that one qualifying team today. That will be tomorrow in Group B. But we do have top teams battling it out here in today's group stage, and that's what we're going to really dive into here in the pre-show. We're going to talk about the squads that are going to be playing here on both streams. We're going to have 2 streams live because there will be at one time 2 matches being played out. Just as a heads up, this stream will have Mayhem and Pantheon on it to start things off, and the other stream will have Raptors and Summit. That other stream will be going live after the pre-show finishes, and so keep your eyes peeled for the multiple streams that will be live over the course of today, because again, it's going to be a lot of very good Onward. And Chum, I want to start with you and start with the teams we have today. Mayhem, Pantheon, Raptors, and Summit. They are the 4 teams that are going to be playing this afternoon. What are your initial impressions of these teams? What's on your mind when you look at the 4 squads battling it out in Group A?
When I see these 4, I just think of one word, and that's master. These guys are pros in the game that they play. Onward, they've got so many maps down to a T. It's really just who makes the most mistakes, as they used to say. For Raptors versus Summit, Raptors, they've shot up almost as quickly as they did in their premier season back in season 15. They've shot back up after being retired from VRML for quite a while, and Summit as well, coming out of nowhere, a revamped Arc Wolves team. This roster is made up of a couple of Error 404 players, as well as such as Goose. We've got Denny, and it's really about, will the Raptors' cohesion come out on top over Summit's newfound success?
Shipwrecked, we talked about experience. What are your thoughts on these teams playing this afternoon?
Well, a lot of these teams, Mayhem, Pantheon, Raptors, they've been playing for a long time. Yep. Pantheon, Raptors coming in from Season 11, Mayhem, Season 4. Summit, starting off in Season 14, yes, you do have a lot of experienced players. Diesel coming in from Season 2 and Shadow Arms from Season 4. But going back to that cohesion, that if they mesh well together and they pick up, then it'll be a good turnout for them.
Yeah, it really is going to come down to which known name is going to come out on top this afternoon, and I'm really looking forward to these teams competing. Me personally, I haven't seen a Mayhem matchup in a very long time, and that's a roster that's been in the VRML for, again, since, like you said, Season 2. But I gotta wonder what amount of that roster has carried on through, those multiple seasons. Because what we do see oftentimes with these teams that have existed, since the very start of the league in some cases, is that roster is not the same roster that it was when they began their journey in the VRML. Maybe there's 1, 2, in some cases 3 players that have stuck around on that team. But, there is still, in some cases, to your point, that new element in these rosters. And so will that be enough to really give these squads the edge? I don't know. But I am very much, again, looking forward to the NA battles this afternoon. We have 3 rounds for those curious on the format here. Again, the first matchup will be Mayhem Pantheon Raptors Summit on the other stream, but then we have 2 more rounds that get played out, rounds 2 and 3. At the end of this round-robin group stage, we will have 2 teams that will advance on and qualify to the semifinals. Those semifinals get played out next weekend, because tomorrow we have Group B, where we'll see some other teams battling it out. Slither, Phantoms, that's EU, excuse me. For Group B, we have Animal House, After Hours, Latin Force, and Dark Tidings. There's a lot to talk about with those squads, but we do want to hold on that conversation for tomorrow's pre-show. So do be sure to tune in tomorrow for the same action that you'll be seeing here today with different teams, but still top-tier squads. And, on the note of where we see this kind of going this afternoon, let's start with round 1. Mayhem Pantheon, Chum, Ship. I'll start with you, Ship. Put you on the clock. Where do you see Mayhem and Pantheon going? Is this going to be a close one? Is Mayhem going to be... I personally, I look at those teams and those rosters, and I really don't see... I see a pretty even matchup between these two, as you'd expect, I suppose.
I do see a pretty solid matchup right here. The thing is with Mayhem, the first thing that comes to my mind when I hear Mayhem is their utilities. And some of the past casts here recently with Mayhem, they can put a frag right in your lap across the map. I mean,
yeah.
They've put the time in on practicing that. So it really comes down to map choice on this, I do believe. Being able to contain those frags and those across the map utility throws.
Well, the map choice, that's a good point. Just to quickly touch on it before I get your thoughts, Chum, but the way that the maps format works today is that each team bans a map until there's only 3 maps left in the map pool, and then we play 2 maps in a series. So round 1, we'll have Mayhem and Pantheon playing 2 maps. And, I mean, Chum, I don't know how you feel about this format, but I do feel like it tends to mean that we get maps where there's not really one team that's particularly good at the map that you end up playing.
Exactly, yeah. The amount of bans that are available for the round-robin format, it's a great way to identify who truly is the better team. It's, I also want to talk about the fact that Pantheon, they grew up, especially the first generation of Pantheon, they grew up looking up to the original, or I guess the Season 11 roster of Mayhem. So I guess for your stream, it's going to be, the question for your stream is, can the student be the masters? That's the real question. Can this revamped Mayhem roster compete with this Pantheon roster that's been going at it since Season 11, Season 12?
And to shift attention off of that onto the next matchup, Raptors Summit, I feel like Raptors used to be that new guy. I remember Raptors being a team that was like, wow, how did they make it to the top so early? And they were competing. They really always have been. And so, again, I feel like it's almost maybe a reversal there in some cases with the Raptors Summit matchup.
I completely agree. Yeah, Raptors, they have that cohesion. That's the big term that we're using here tonight. They have that synergy, that near telepathic kind of synchronization.
Yeah.
Really, no, I swear. And Summit, they're amazing players, as Shipwrecked has said already. But the question is, can that new combination of players from different rosters and experiences in Onward, can those come together and beat a team like Raptors, who are so experienced and so used to each other?
Yeah, we will see how that shakes out in round 1. Round 2 is Summit and Mayhem versus Pantheon and Raptors. Round 3 is Raptors and Mayhem versus Pantheon and Summit. So again, the way that the round robin works is every team battles against every team. And at the end of the round robin, 2 teams will advance on. So to harken back to the 2 teams advancing on, I'll start with you, Ship, again. At the end of this, at the end of round 3, when it's all said and done, who do you see taking 1 and 2 and advancing on to the semifinals for next weekend?
Man,
that's a hard. I know it's a hard. It's hard to say, but I want you to put your foot down on 2 teams.
Yeah.
You got to make a choice.
You know what? I want to see Summit come on top. I like the underdog, and based off their cohesion, they would be one of the underdogs. They have a lot of experienced players, a lot of good players. I would like to see them come out on top. And man, Mayhem just blew my mind with their utility usage and their accuracy with those. So I'd like to see those 2 teams.
Okay, Mayhem and Summit. I like that. Chumbe, who are you seeing taking out or coming out on top of the Group A?
Yeah, I just don't think we can underestimate the Raptors. These guys are insane. And especially when it matters most, they pull through. We saw just the last week of Season 15, Raptors versus Pantheon. Pantheon won. But, you know, Pantheon enjoy being the underdogs. When they have the pressure of everybody expecting them to do it again, I think that's when Raptors are going to take them over. I really think it's going to be between Raptors and Mayhem. Those are the 2 teams that are the most used to each other.
Interesting. Yeah, I do think Mayhem's on my list for sure, and maybe that's just because of my familiarity with the team. But I think I'm on the same boat with you there. I know it's not we're not getting too large of a gap of a spread here, so to speak. But I think I'm going to go Mayhem Raptors as my 2 teams coming out of Group A as well. A lot of action to look forward to this afternoon. We are going to go to a brief break, about a 10-minute intermission, while we prepare for the start of round number 1 on this matchup. The other stream will be going live shortly, where again you will have Raptors and Summit starting over there. So Mayhem Pantheon, Raptors Summit. We'll circle back here in 10 minutes for, again, the start of this Group A. But until then, do not go anywhere. We appreciate you all stopping in and hanging out with us in this intermission period. And round 1 coming at you in a few minutes.
I mean, Salty now rotating back with a nade, not finding Golden there though. Golden now pushing, picks up Salty!
It's open! Thick! It's open, the smoke goes short! It's not long enough! 1 minute on the clock.
That cross though, I think Lightskin might have it. Lightskin picking up Golden.
Yes! I'm so good!
Oh. Resident City is now calling out to watch OBJ crossing.
What a beautiful swing and a kill. 20 seconds now. Catholic, he's waiting. Lightskin waits for it. They heard those call-outs. They're pre-firing the doorway. Catholic does not give that pick. 10 seconds now. Here comes Lightskin. They're pre-firing. They find a kill. They got 5 seconds to put in the uplink. But no, Texans can't find it. They pull out the tablet. They don't. It's 2 seconds. And Gramster doesn't give in. It's a one-on-one.
I heard them all as I was going through. And so I knew where those 3 were. And I was just hoping that it was just those 3. So I swing the corner and I kill him. And then I didn't see any victory signs. So it's like, oh my God, like I don't have enough time to cap. If I would have memorized the code, I would have most definitely capped it.
Lightskin is there, and we are going to see a
Tablets
cap by the skin of his teeth.
Oh my gosh, here comes Lightskin on the swing. They don't pull the trigger, they do at the last minute, but they might get shot in the back here. And there it goes, Lightskin finds us.
We did a lot better than we expected. especially the win with Proteus, we're all kind of excited about that because we didn't expect that.
They have the earlier angle onto Shinobi. There goes Peas finding Playboy Ghost in the south. Salty finding Shinobi.
Well, I do know my mom's definitely gonna watch it, and if I send the links to my friends, maybe they might watch it. I'm a wrestler, and I'm kind of, just used to all eyes on me. You stop caring about what other people think, and you're more so focused on what you need to do at that point.
welcome everybody to the Onward VRML Season 15 NA Round Robin. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I am joined by my co-caster Minsu for us to dive into this exciting matchup between Mayhem and Pantheon this afternoon. Minsu, how are you doing today?
I'm doing perfectly well. To me, it's morning, and I do believe it's a perfect match to start my day.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
a bit of an adrenaline shot, so to speak, to get you going, because I do think this, like you said, is going to be a pretty dang exciting matchup this afternoon.
Yeah, it surely will be. It's Mayhem and Pantheon, ladies and gentlemen. Mayhem and Pantheon, the 3rd ranked and the 6th ranked team on NA region. Both teams are currently on Master Division. So yeah, it's kind of already decided that this match is going to be super tense.
Yeah, you look at the matchup history. These teams, like you're saying, at the top of the ladder, bringing a lot of experience as well, with Mayhem coming around since Season 4, like we talked about in the pre-show, and Pantheon since Season 11. We're on Season 15, so in some cases, these players have been playing since 2018, 5 years in the game of Onward. The same game in the VRML in this league, although I suppose Mayhem has taken periodic breaks here and there, and it's always good to see them back and still competing at a high level. They have really been a team that has consistently been in that top 10 area when they do compete in the VRML, and I think that's the most impressive thing, that they're able to maintain that consistency at the high level in a game that's been around for so long. So definitely looking forward to this matchup with Pantheon also being a top tier squad, a competitive team that this season has been playing very well. So players like Freak, Jester, Park, Absent-Minded Prof, names that have been around a very long time in the VRML, again, in some cases multiple years. So both squads are simply going to be bringing their A game, their all. It's the round robin. You do not want to lose any maps, as we do play out 2 in a series and then go to a new team, a new matchup. We do that 3 times. So in total, there's 6 maps played. And I think, I don't know about you, Mincy, but I feel like you could, with how competitive these 4 should be, there's probably some leeway. You can probably afford to lose a map. Would be really kind of how it would be my assumption. But more than that, and I feel like you're at risk of being out of contention for that 2nd place.
Yeah. So this is like you said, this is a round robin format. So all those wins, and even at this level, even one single round win could matter.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. There's always the possibility of your team winning all the rounds, never losing one, and then moving up. But that usually doesn't happen on this level. So one mistake, well, there you go. Bye bye. All my wins. Yeah. And after that, if it ties, I mean the map wins ties, then we'll eventually have to see how many rounds each team's won, and then the points.
Yep.
So yeah.
Every round, points does matter, and it puts that much more pressure on every round, right? And it means that you cannot let up and take a break at any point, and that every team is going to again be bringing their A game every round. We are again on this channel going to be hopping into Mayhem versus Pantheon, and it's only 2 maps, although you may see 3 up on the scoreboard. We're only going to be playing 2 this afternoon. But on the other, we have another stream live right now. There's the other matchup of round 1, which is Raptors versus Summit. Yeah. And that matchup should be another exciting one. And so do be sure you got both streams up, split the screens, and be tuning in to all of the VRML action for the North American Round Robin Group A this afternoon. As a reminder, at the end of this afternoon, after playing 6 maps, 2 teams will qualify on to be the to play in the semifinals next weekend. And Mincy, while we're stalling and waiting for the 5th of Pantheon to hopefully connect soon, I can ask you your predictions on the afternoon, because That's the other guys in the pre-show. You weren't on the pre-show. Who do you think is going to be the 1 and 2 team coming out on top this afternoon?
Oh, that is one tricky question. Though, let's consider the first map is actually Snow Peak. And if we actually check on the stats of the season, Mayhem actually played it 6 times, won 5 out of it. Rounds win rate is 72%. That's pretty high.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that was one of the reasons they picked it. And then checking on the Pantheon side of things, they played it 9 times this season, won 6 out of it, rounds win rate of 57. So, yeah, stats are just numbers, but yeah, I'll give my votes to Mayhem.
Okay.
I mean, in a system like, yeah,
okay,
in a system like
today,
yeah.
But I want to know who your 1 and 2 are on all of the day after the end of round 3. Who do you think is going to qualify on to next weekend?
Oh, that really is tough. Okay, I'll go with the ISG teams. Mayhem and Animal House will be my picks.
Okay, well...
No offenses there, but yeah.
Yeah. It looks like we are finally ready to dive in to our first matchup of the afternoon. It's round 1 between Mayhem and Pantheon. The first map of 2 that will get played out this afternoon. And Mayhem will be on the attack, Pantheon on the defense. And our first objective taking us in to that open center, hard to defend area with a quick spawn in the north. I shouldn't say quick spawn. Could have been a bit of a faster spawn in the north, but a north spawn for the Mayhem squad as they're going to send 3 all the way over along that north wall as we take a look at the overhead, and 3 up the horseshoe where we could run into some early action as Bone is monitoring the exit of that horseshoe position.
Yeah, that exit is... I don't know why that happens, but if we check the past matches of not just these teams, all the teams, usually the defense on the tank house is kind of weak. I mean, that's something odd since once that point is open, the road to objective itself is pretty well free to pass.
Yeah, absent-minded prop
usually,
is kind of the key element in holding this thing down right now, and there's a lot of utility and resources being sent down towards absent-minded's direction. A nade, a smoke, suppressive fire from several rifles. And look at the backside here as Freak is on a super long flank. They could be trying to rotate to the back of Base and James, but we'll have to see if they'll be able to connect in time, because James and Base are pushing up pretty quick. They've been pushing with this utility and these shots right away, within the first minute. And if Freak doesn't instantly push up to the backside of this horseshoe, he may miss the opportunity to connect, but they are playing pretty quick. I think Freak may find a chance for a few kills on the flank here.
Exactly. Remember, guys, this is Snow Peak. Once you exit the tunnels and the inside of buildings, your footsteps are pretty well muffled. So it's basically a really good map to flank around. Well, like I said, footsteps could be heard inside tunnels, and Freak is currently inside it. Oh, here comes our first kill. Jewel catches Oaks. The Mayhem's now down to 4.
A pretty standard spot to find an early pick if you are going to grab one on the defense, kind of popping out from that divot on the Snow Mountain there. It's an aggressive spot to be, but one you do want to defend, and it's one that does get fragged, as you're seeing Ghost toss a good nade over the top. It doesn't quite catch Duel, but does scare Duel a little bit out of that corner. It scares Duel into checking this whole alleyway, and Ghost has already pushed up past Duel, so I kind of wonder there's a chance for Ghost to slip through the cracks of this defense here, since they've been able to make it past that initial scan from Duel. The problem could also be that the rest of the team could think it's clear, and Mithril Marauder could be running into a easy pick if they're not careful.
Exactly. The forward defenders, they still think, oh, Duel's alive on the south side. We don't have to mind about it. And then next second, A bullet on your head. Oh, and this is exactly what I was saying about Ghost catches Mystery. Oh, Free catches James. Mythil catches Duel.
That's huge.
South is now open. Yeah, exactly. South is now wide open.
Pretty wild
We still
to
have
see.
yeah.
South so vulnerable, and this north side being pushed. The flank from Freak has almost paid off. They are pushing on that backside. They have found, I believe, 1 kill down here as they do pick up the utility off of the dead body, and base is still defending here. They'll find the refrag nicely onto Freak. Pantheon are down to just 2 on objective, and a Mayhem team collapsing around them.
Exactly, and to be honest, Bones' location, well, that defense location is important since you can also send the object from inside. Well, the problem is that building's penetrable, and players usually expect someone to be in there. So, if Ghost or there's high possibility of him pre-firing, if someone starts pre-firing, well, Bones won't last that long.
Yeah, they are in a very vulnerable position, and Prof is still staying tucked in here. If they just pop up a bit, Ghost will find the kill. A nice pickup there. Bone looking for the refrag. They'll go down to a double kill from Ghost. A good 1-2 tap there, and Mayhem happy to take an early point on offense, I'm sure, but frankly positioned to push in for the cap there for a second, Minsu. It really did look like they may end up going for 2 out the gate. And you know, this is something that we talked about in the Challenger Cup when it was a single map each series. But you know, even with 2 maps, the caps really do have a big impact. You know, in these series, bigger than in your standard best of 3, where you have a little bit more range, a little bit more freedom to play with your scoreline.
Exactly. I mean, losing 1 map won't directly lead to a defeat, but once this is all concluded, that 1 single point really could matter. So, yeah. Actually, I also remember seeing a team getting extra aggressive, even when they were up on 3 points. I mean, they were on match point, but they were after 1 more points. I mean, they were on Mars side, the attacking side, and even though they only had to eliminate the other side. I mean, they were on 3 points up. They actually got extra aggressive and tried to send the uplink, and well, who knows? They lost it.
Yeah, it is a risk reward, obviously, when you do push in for those extra points. And we'll have to see if teams do take that risk reward as we get into round 2 here and swap sides. Mayhem getting a chance to defend, Pantheon getting their turn at attacking. The spawns randomized as they are in the game of Onward when you are on the attacking side. So Mayhem in a very different starting position than their opponent was last round, and I feel like this is almost the fast spawn for this objective, because you really do end up getting right into the action along the south side and can push up into that objective, potentially capping with smokes. You know, you can be a real threat very early if you do choose to sort of apply a fast bit of pressure. Ghost is pushing up, though, and they do have a 2-player defense ready and waiting for anyone that does want to extend up the south.
Yeah, this spawn, the south spawn, is considered to some players the quick spawn, and defenders usually push out just in case. I mean, even if it's not south, they can always rotate to the center of the map where there is a small bunker, and then you can, and then defender can easily cover whoever tries to walk out from the horseshoe tunnel. So, yeah, defender pushing to south could be expected. So, and I do believe that's the main reason Pantheon has stopped their advance. I mean, they haven't yet. They do believe that more than 1 player has pushed out to south, and they're just looking for it before they can proceed.
Yeah, they're playing it cautious, as they should. I imagine maybe even some grenades or utility will end up coming up and over into Ghost's direction if they're not too careful. Yeah, I've seen also grenades go into Oak's direction, to the back of these sandbags just as a precaution. And they are sending Duel here on the high side of the mountain to try and throw off, I imagine, Oaks. When Oaks does push up to look, they'll go down in there. As soon as the utility comes out, Oaks goes down. Duel quickly picked up. The nade does go out, but doesn't catch anybody, and everyone's alive on the south side. And just like it was for Pantheon, the defense is down on the south side, and they're pushing in hard here on the south with Mithril rotating. The rest of this defense on Mayhem has to crash in. They're all positioned up onto the north. There's a real chance for Pantheon to be on objective with rotating defenders still trying to get into position to hold it down.
Exactly. Bass is currently beneath the north tower in front of the tank house building. So yeah, if he might return late since he does have sight. What interests us is that James spoke. Oh, he changed his course. For time being, I thought he might go around for a flank, but no, they're not taking risks.
Yeah, I think the smoke from Freak drew James' attention, and they're now putting suppressive fire through that smoke to kind of deter Freak from pushing in. More utility is coming through, more smokes coming in. James concerned about the threat of a cap as they crash towards objective and base on the backside. Mithril catching a full kill onto Duel, and base potentially hitting the flank as Freak will go down. James getting team flash. Mystery, he's seeing their player go down, turns to watch for the rotation. Base catches another before they are finally picked up. We're now into a 2v2 as the rotation from Bone finally comes to fruition, and we're going to have a pinch with Mithril and James on objective, and James now very much out of position, rotating back right into Bone's line of fire. A trade on objectives leaves us into a 1v1. Bone has James completely exposed back to their line of sight, but Bone just hasn't quite looked out there. They'll spot them there. The shots connect, and Pantheon will tie it up with an offensive round of their own and go 1-1.
I mean, this was the exact situation we were talking about. Well, it's really difficult at this level to just see, even if objective, even after objective, you take down the defense right next to objective, even after you clear a path to objective, well, the defenders would be soon return to objective. I mean, they are all checking their tablets from time to time. Some would just open it up in front of them and then checking it all the time. And once one side falls, everyone would just return to cover that side.
Yep, it
so, yeah,
is a hard to defend objective in my opinion, and a showcase there with two Marsoc objectives, two Marsoc wins going into both teams' sides, and we do stay even one apiece here this afternoon for map number 1 here on Snow Peak. As a reminder, we play 2 maps in a series and then go to a new matchup, and so teams will rotate and go up against a new team. They'll ban new maps and then pick 2 new maps to play. And we do this 6 times, so 6 maps are going to be played this afternoon. This is the first map of 6 total. And again, as a reminder, 2 streams are live right now. We have another stream live over on the same YouTube channel. That matchup pretty hype right now. Minsu, who's playing on stream 2? You've told me like 3 times already, and I keep forgetting.
Yeah, Raptors and Summit are currently playing on the other stream.
Yeah, that's
I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
pretty hype matchup that you could. I mean, hey, we're into 1-1 here, so don't have both of them up. Pull up multiple streams. Get your Quest 3 out. Get the mixed reality mode going. Have multiple monitors pulled up. Watch multiple streams while you're lying down on your couch. Utilize VR to enjoy VR esports to its maximum capacity this afternoon, because we got good games across the board as we do get back into the action. Round 3 does kick off here, and Duel, Freak, Mystery all pushing up pretty aggressively right into some early shots. Back, everyone taking action here as Duel goes down and a full kill connected. Pantheon won't be able to get that res, and Mystery and Freak trapped underneath this watchtower.
Oh, that's not a situation I want to be in. Freak and Mystery, currently, like you said, are currently locked in their location. I mean, well, what choice? What other choice do they have? I mean, Mythos covering one side, James Bass is covering the other side. Oh, Actually, Mayhem has a high chance of even send. I mean, they could even go for the Omlink himself. I mean, they don't know. They've just successfully locked 2 defenders underneath that tower, but well, if Ghost plays it well, he might be able to side Bones or Absent-Minded Proof. And then after that, well, I'm pretty sure Mystery and Freak will be forced to return to objective, and that would be an easy kill.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And they are, again, really trapped out here. Like you said, an option for a northern flank, but going to take a little bit of work before they can manifest that, and they're going to have to invest in some rotations as early shots do come down onto that north side. Like I said, it's not going to be an easy push down that north lane if they do choose to try and push up to that objective. They really do have to invest several shooters here into also holding down the 2 that are trapped behind tower. And eventually, if they do want to push objective, they're going to have to go past the 2 that are at tower to get to that objective. So in my mind, looking at the overhead, the best option would be to go all the way south, go all the way around the lake, avoid the 2 at the tower, and either kill them from the south of the lake or avoid them and push up to the objective. But again, that's not a very easy task. That's a long haul if you want to try and go for that rotation. And so kind of a lock. We're into a bit of a locking pattern here with these 2 teams, and someone's going to have to push. Someone's going to have to get rid of Freak and Mystery underneath this tower. And once they do, then the options for pushing the objective really open up for Mayhem.
It's like you said. Okay. But no one's taking south. Though, I mean, south is considered death route for it. Oh, Freak catches Bass. So they are actually doing something. Though that's one shot gave away their location, and James is coming around. He might be able to catch both at once if he plays well. Oh, James catches Mystery. Oh, this could get interesting. I mean, James won't expect one more player to be in the exact location he just made a kill. Oh, and here it comes. Freak catches James. Absent-Minded Proof catches Ghost. Oh, Oaks finally catches Freak. But now it's down to 2-2. On both sides.
Confirmed.
More gunshots coming from Oaks. That was confirming.
We have 2 dead.
Solid pickup there. They did root out the duo behind the tower, but at what cost? You know, down into that 2v2 again, and it is up to Absent-Minded and Bones to hold things down. We'll have to see what they can do. A sniper in the hand of Absent-Minded. And well, it's a good tool to have right now on these long-range engagements. Snow Peak's definitely one of those longer-range maps, and if they do shift to try and rotate around the lakeside, it's really going to come into some good use there. But for now, they're kind of covering these shorter angles, and they could get caught out by utility flashes, you know, the tosses around the other side of the fence if they're not careful. But I don't know what Mithril and Oaks have on the utility front right now.
Yeah, and those walls are penetrable. That's also one more thing. So once, if you're not careful enough, I mean the defenders this time, like slightly even seeing the barrel of showing your barrel of the gun might get dangerous around here. Minute on the clock. Oh yeah, Oaks is approaching from the lake, it seems.
Time ticking
Mithril
down
still holding his position
on the clock, and Smokes coming in as the push starting to come through from Oaks and Mithril. Mithril utilizing that smoke to blind vision so they can rotate out of the spot they're stuck in, and Oaks does make it on the south side here across the lake. So if Mithril can draw attention enough from Absent and Bones, there really may be a chance for Oaks to hit the backside here, maybe even cap underneath the nose of this defense if they go silently. But Oaks is running out of time. 30 seconds left. They'll find Bones that directs Absent-Minded Prop to the backside, and Oaks picks up the double kill to lock in the round there. Push the lead up for Mayhem 2-1. Another offensive round secured. And I don't know, Snow Peak I feel like lends itself more to defense than anything, but I guess these first 2 objectives are certainly vulnerable to certain offensive pushes like we've been talking about. But either way, both teams playing the attack very well this afternoon, and we'll now get to see Pantheon attacking this same objective for our next round. But Minsu Mayhem are up 2-1 right now, and they look as good as ever. This roster, players as old as, in some cases the league, close to it at least. Season 4, almost, that's, again, 6 years ago. And so impressive to see that they still got it right now. I think the pre-show, the conversation was, this is the old versus the new, kind of the old version, can the student overcome the master? And right now it does seem like Mayhem still got some tricks up their sleeve, and at least have a 2-1 lead for the time being.
Yeah, don't forget. Yeah, like you said, this could seem as an old versus new, but once again, the old is old for a reason. I mean, yeah, they've stayed this far because they are good. I mean, it's not that because you survived. It's not like that. I mean, they've lived up this far, and they've maintained on high ranking this far. That surely means something. Anyway, now on to round 4. Here we go. Same spawn, it seems. Oh, this would be interesting. And comparing the team's strategies. Oh, some early shots. Yeah, the spawn has been detected by Ghost. This can change everything. Mithril checking the far north corner. Yeah.
Does mean Mithril Marauder over there on the north will not push up too far. James ready and waiting for Freak, but Freak will connect with the first kill on the round and open things up for Pantheon on the offense. James is just down, though, and if there's ever a spot to be downed, it's behind cover there where they can radio information in. Freak feeling good with their shots as we do look at the KDs. They're 4 and 3 this afternoon, but they didn't get the full kill on to James, and Mithril is able to get the res. I think that was identified. Duel taking some shots down there. Mystery way out in the open. James has a couple of potential kill opportunities here. Finds the first one. Duel goes down, and now Freak pushing the kill that they thought they had, and James unexpected on that left side. They definitely didn't hear Freak sprinting up, which is surprising, just out of range it seems, and James maybe peeking around to catch Mystery. No, doesn't look far enough. Mystery will push all the way up. Freak still hasn't checked their left side, and they won't have to, as Mystery will find the kill and keep things even for Pantheon. 4-4. A pretty quick advance down onto objective as Freak has eyes all the way down here onto the OBJ, is way out in the open, very vulnerable, looking for the kill onto Mithril and takes the trade. Ghost doesn't find the kill. Mithril actually with the 1-for-1, and we are now into a 3v3, continuing to trade players down, and we look at the overhead. What is the plan from Pantheon?
Yep, 3 versus 3, and we have 4 minutes on clock. We actually have Bones rotating a little south. At his current route, though, he won't rotate all the way to the south hangar and then approach from that side, though taking control of the bunker itself could mean something to the Pantheon pushers. Mystery muffling its footsteps. I mean, well, extra muffling, because the snow has already muffled your footsteps quite a lot, like we just saw. Oh, a kill comes in. Bass catches Bones, and I'm pretty sure that there was a drone up in the sky, so we'll also have to see how that would affect. I mean, by this time batteries would have run out, but
I think Ghost shot it. I was on board Ghost, and they said that they had shot it down, so that drone was shot down pretty quick with the silencer there, and we're into a 3v2 now as, again, Base did pick up that solid kill, and Mystery and Absent Minded have plenty of time to try and work and whittle down this Mayhem defense. Mystery may be able to find a very close quarters exchange soon enough here as they do crawl. They could also potentially get behind Bass and maybe catch Bass off guard. We do see them adjusting there, altering their angle slightly. Mystery just out of line of sight will pop up right in for a kill there, and Mayhem up 3-1, looking to push their lead 3-1. And Absent-Minded Prof needing to clutch things up here to keep things even 2-2, to keep the offensive round trend going. It is definitely a tall order, a 1v3 with where the Mayhem defense is set up. Not going to be an easy task pushing in.
Exactly, and the fact that he actually has a 12 times on his gun won't also help. Though he's doing his best, on his bellies now, he might just be able to spot Ghost if Ghost peeks out too much. Mayhem just has to defend this objective for a minute and 37 seconds now to make this a match point. Oh, gunshot was fired. That was what I was saying about, but it misses. Absent-Minded Proof attempted to kill Ghost, but it missed. That shot cost him. Now his location is well known, and with the right kill count, Mayhem will know that the last opponent they're facing is in front of them.
Yes, they have the location of Prof isolated now, and time continues to be the enemy for Pantheon with only a minute left on that clock. As I wonder what the utility options are for Prof right now. Do they have any sort of flashes, smokes, anything to disrupt the defense that is in position here? And it's interesting to even see that Oaks and Bass aren't really rotating anywhere. They're just still holding their angles. It makes me wonder if they do have an accurate kill count. I think there was some trades that went on up in the middle side there, so maybe they don't know how many are alive right now, and they're feeling a little bit more cautious that Absent-Minded Prof maybe isn't the only one here, as that nade tries to go up towards Prof's location. Could have been a good toss if it hadn't bounced off the roof, and Prof does manage to rotate out of their back corner there. They may be able to catch an elbow if they're fortunate, but Oaks is the one that catches the elbow. They find the final kill, and Mayhem with 3 alive push their lead up 3-1 on our first map in this group stage.
And just that was amazing. I mean, like you said, this couldn't have been more perfect for the Mayhem side. A solid 3-1, and then like we said earlier, Mayhem actually has a chance of getting an extra point. Okay, we have a relocation of objective, and this is quite interesting. Objective inside the main tunnel. I mean, this is one of the few objectives on this large map that actually pushes you into a close quarter ranged battle. So, I mean, some players even consider this one of the best objectives on this map. Well, that differs on whether you prefer long-range combats or close-range ones. But I'm pretty sure this time footsteps won't be muffled that much. So.
Yeah, it's going to be a close quarters, all-out brawl with utility, and looking forward to seeing it on the north because we've had those 2 outdoor objectives. It means that almost all of the objectives that do remain available are either indoors or close quarters. I suppose the only one left is that southeast objective, but yeah, it's 2 rounds in the tunnel, and Mayhem only need 1 to take this first map of the afternoon. On the cusp, on to map point right now as we go into round number 5 and get to see what Mayhem is going to put together on the attacking side. Pantheon defending, and again, if you are just tuning in, this is the first map of 6 that is going to get played this afternoon. The teams will change who they're facing after 2 maps played. They will then reban the maps and then pick 2 new maps. And so, again, it's 6 total. Each team plays each other. There's 4 teams in this group stage. And we're watching the best of the best battle it out right now as James nearly gets picked off and instead finds a great grenade that bounces just where it needs to catch the bone tucked into the backside. Freak catching Ghost, and that's a big pickup where they can really enable a big flank if this Mayhem squad isn't careful. Freak could be pushing into the back of James and Mithril. They really have to watch out for this rotation.
Well, Oaks is on a nice location right now. Oh, and he actually catches
Guy flanking,
Freak.
kill the guy flanking.
That was huge on Mayhem's side. Pantheon now down to 3.
Am I your south, buddy?
And since Mystery is focusing on North, just in
Buddy,
case.
system time.
And, oh, Absent-Minded Proof is also a little behind of Objective.
But don't you want this shit? I can't use it.
Mithril and Bass inside North Tunnel, left and right. We have Oaks and James Boak. Moving outside. Oaks is on Horseshoe Tunnel. James might be joining him, or he could try to go north. I think James and Oaks are just regrouping. 4 minutes and 25 seconds on clock. For now, it does seem Faith is helping Mayhem.
For now, they have a lot of time to kill, picking up a bit of utility and getting ready to toss a bit of that up through the horseshoe, try and work their way closer to the objective so that they can eventually pinch with the rest of this team. Bass, and Mithril Marauder over still out of that spawn point, and the rest of Pantheon, again, only a trio. Duel on objective, and Mystery and Prof watching that north side a little bit heavy. No one rotating around the north. Typically, though, you do have one or two on a offense rotate around to that far north side, and that's what delays the offense so much. And you now see, as you look at the overhead, that rotation is coming through from Mayhem, and it's why, again, Pantheon are stacking defenders over on that north side, because it is very common to try and gain control of the north and the south and try and collapse on both sides of the tunnel. It's pretty standard meta strategy on the push, and both of these teams responsible for partially in some ways for developing the metas with where it is and how long they've been playing, adapting to changes as they've come in the game. And I'm sure that Mayhem will be anticipating defense to be here. And so you do see in that case, oftentimes utility is thrown at the entryway of this tunnel. That sometimes gives away that the push is coming, but it sometimes can catch you the kill you need to enable the push. So, you know, again, the risk-reward calculations, that's what makes this game a good esport. And 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, plenty of time for them to continue to work this flank, and eventually they are going to pinch the north and south sides and try and collapse towards objective. They don't need a cap. 5-1 would be great, but the round win gives them the map here.
Yeah, and it seems Mystery's time waiting, standing alone, lonely guarding north, might just pay off. Oaks and, like you said, Oaks and James pushing north, while Mithril and Bass are holding south. That was a gunshot from Oaks, pre-firing. Okay, so for now it seems Mayhem's plan is to just wait until their player is already up on north and south and then push in at the same time. That could reward him, but that strategy can always turn out bad once one side falls quickly before the other side takes full location. Minute and 30 seconds now remaining on clock. Mayhem is really being cautious here.
Yeah, they're really checking all
Oaks.
of their angles, the pre-firing there from Oaks to make sure nobody is in these defensive positions, and Mystery is tucked in behind boxes where they are safe, but does end up giving away their position by throwing that utility. The utility probably not going as far as they were hoping for, but a 1-for-1 isn't too bad. It does weaken the north push a little bit. Ultimately, though, it really hurts the Pantheon defense because now they don't know what's going on that north side. They traded. No information is radioed back to the team. They don't know if there's 2 or 3 players in the north side, and it means that they sometimes can over-prioritize defending what they think is coming versus what is actually there. So what will the duo do? Do they have an accurate kill count? That is the big question, and it's a lot of it comes down to duel because it's going to be the 1v2 on their side. The 1v1 with Absent-Minded and Prof goes the way of James Boak and how duels alone into a 1v3. They really should try and seize the opportunity to push in for a cap.
Though they only have 16 seconds on clock, if Duel plays the well, he might just be able to clutch this. Oh, but he peeks out too much. Duel catches Bath, but was quickly refragged by Mithril, and Mayhem secures map 1.
They do indeed a solid job from the Mayhem squad, taking map number 1, 4-1. Impressive performance coming in from them out the gate, but Pantheon were there fighting. You look at Freak with 6 kills, Mystery with 4, Duel with 3. They were finding connections. They were there battling the rounds, and ultimately they could not take the full series. And really, this is kind of this loss is not a good opening map for Pantheon. To lose 4-1, that's a big spread. You know, you like we were saying, every round matters, and you know you're missing out on an opportunity to get 2-3 extra rounds there. So it's points gone and out of hand now, and we'll see if that impacts the Pantheon team down the road when we get into that 6th map of the afternoon. But we're not quite there yet. These teams now going to be choosing their 2nd map, and Minsu, I'm curious where you think we could be headed. I suppose we don't really know what bands they have chosen, and ultimately the map pool is only 2 maps right now. There's only 2 maps for this team, for Pantheon, to pick from, and maybe they choose side. I don't know.
Oh yeah, sometimes players don't realize, but there's always the option of choosing the side as well, not the maps. You can also choose a side as well. I mean.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have to
see. There seems
what the teams are opting for. I do wonder if we may be going into a technical lobby reset, so do bear with us as we sort through the technical side of things, and do get ready for our 2nd map this afternoon. This little break does give us a good chance to shout out everyone that is tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. Do appreciate you seeing you all stop by. Shout outs to Kush Capone, Chandler, Sullivan in here, Toxic Drop, Williams, Lipinski, I see in here. Who else? Get You to View, GT4 you to view. I never knew whatever. I think it's GT4. I know it's GT4, but I always thought it was Get You to View when I would read it in cast. Thank you all for stopping in, hanging out, and catching the action this afternoon. As a reminder, there's 2 streams live, so we do have another game live right now if you did want to tune in and catch that. Looks like we are headed to map 2 on Shipyard. And as we wait for lobbies to populate, Shipyard, yeah, this is a custom map, a classic, one that's been around for a good while now. So even though it's been it is a custom map. It's been in the rotation for years, in some cases in the VRML map pool. It's come and gone from season to season, but I expect both of these teams familiar and comfortable with the map of Shipyard for map 2, and I think we're going to get a lot of odd, not necessarily normal choices from these teams. You know, with again the way that the format is in terms of how many bands there is available. So, what do the stats say, Minsu, when we look at these teams with performance on Shipyard?
Well, starting from Mayhem, they've played it twice this season, won 1 out of it, rounds win rate of 60%. On the other hand, Pantheon has played it 4 times this season, won twice out of it, rounds win rate of 52. Oh, so this would be pretty tight, 60 versus 52.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea behind, you know, when we do this round robin, to have the format be that you get a bunch of bands, because when the map pool was only 3 maps, you know, neither team is really too good at either, at any of the 3. Not I wouldn't say bad, but it's not their best map. It's very rare that, you know, one of the 3 maps available is a team's best map, because when you're banning, you ban your opponent's strengths or your weaknesses. And so, you know, you'll be looking at the stats and seeing, oh, Mayhem's very good on Bazaar and Snow Peak. Let's be sure to ban that. Maybe they let that knowledge slip through the cracks last map, or this series at least, Mitsu, because Snow Peak did manage to get picked, and it's I feel like, again, the whole process is really to try and eliminate maps that your opponents succeed at, so that when you do have this map pool, it is a map like Ship, where both teams, not necessarily their favorite map, and if anything, kind of the most even playing field you can generate, so to speak. So if anything, it's good for us. It means that we're in for like you said, what we anticipate to be a good bit of back and forth. We are just waiting for that 5th from Pantheon to jump in, and then we should be ready to go. So I do appreciate you waiting for us patiently as we did sort that technical difficulty out and reset lobbies for our map here for map 2, but we are almost ready to jump into our second map of the afternoon. And I mean, so far, Minsu, I'm enjoying the action that's been unfolding in front of us. It's certainly been an exciting bit of the start of the NA round robin.
Exactly, and since I'm actually kind of grateful that they chose Shipyard for the second map, because some players might not know, since, like you said, this is a custom map. Shipyard recently got an overhaul, if you could say like that. I mean, if for those who might be used to this map, the underground passage was actually extended from the one side of the map to the other side, and well, there has been several changes. Let's see if both teams utilize it.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I've seen teams prioritize in defending, making sure that nobody rotates up through that back tunnel, and it looks like we are ready to get into round number 1 of map number 2 this afternoon. Pantheon on the attack and Mayhem on the defense, as we do dive into our first kill. And
an amazing
and a revive. Okay.
Toss.
Oof.
I mean, just if that revive came out a little late, that could have been huge blow on the Pantheon side. Double grenade toss over the roof. What an amazing sight. I mean, it surely slowed the Pantheon push down. And let's see if Mayhem can make use of it.
Yeah, it's ultimately still a 5v5, but one of the players on Pantheon will not be able to be rezzed if they go down again. So a little bit of, again, to the point, damage done, but still a 5v5, everyone able to cover the angles they need to. And Mayhem, with Oaks in particular, positioned up into some pretty forward positions on the ship itself. Oftentimes you'll see teams invest in a bit more of a passive defense, oftentimes onto that second story, third story platform back there, but maybe with the changes, the preference is a bit more of a forward defense, and that preference may end up impacting the Pantheon team negatively. There's at least one pickup, but a quick refrag from Freak. The confirm did come all the way through, though, and so it's at least a 1 for 2 trade, and Pantheon ultimately still coming out on top. The 4v3, and Jester's pushing up to objective. Where's the defense on objective? Nobody's home. Jester could easily cap if they push up to it.
Oh, that grenade toss, in my opinion, wasn't that clever. Like you said, there was the chance of him sneaking next to the objective. And
He's here.
James Boak
Talon's out.
might approve, and he's here. Exactly. James Boak wasn't concentrating on objective, and Jester with the Talon. Oh, but there comes our cover. James catches Jester. Oh, it was so close.
That's why I said overjet, Ghost.
And now Pantheon's down to 1 player.
Oh.
All of a sudden, the tide has changed.
I mean, those caps, they have big value right now. And Jeez, to take
Put it in blue room.
that kill just out from Freaks, out from the hands of Pantheon. I mean, that really is, you know, practicing capping and making sure you can cap quick. As the flash comes in, and James will find the kill over the top just after Mithril goes down. Actually, technically, Mithril found the kill. James got the confirm. And Mayhem do manage to, luckily, I say, but I suppose James, you know, it's all skill. James analyzed the objective and found that kill. They could have tucked it, so there's so many other spots they could have gone to cap, though, that would have given them cover. They could have gone at least up against the pillar or something, you know, but they were out in the open capping that objective. And, well, you know, hey, hindsight's 50-50. It's something, or 2020, whatever. 2020, hindsight's 2020, and you know, we have the ability to see through walls, all of that, and you know, they don't know where the defenders are. Maybe assuming they're on the other side of the cargo crates versus onto the ship, but still, what a near 2-point lead from Pantheon that ultimately leaves Mayhem taking their defensive hold, and James really the MVP after that round. Minsu, I mean, 3-0, saved the cap from coming in, big defensive hold.
Yeah, he almost became the art, the sinner for the
LVP, least valuable player. Yeah,
Exactly.
Almost when that cap came through, but yeah, they do manage to skirt around that, and Mayhem continues to be in the lead this afternoon. We swap sides. Pantheon defend, and Mayhem go on the attack. That's going to be a tough one to shake from the mind, how close that was. They got to focus back on defense and let that cap go.
And here we go. Same objective, same spawn.
I don't even think you can get
Mayhem, it
spawns
seems, yeah.
on Shipyard. I think it's always the same spawn for offense. I don't think there's multiple offensive spawns.
Oh, yeah, that could.
I think.
Yeah. Anyway, since Pantheon hasn't pushed out to the front of the ship, unlike Mayhem did, Mayhem does have control of the half of the ship right now.
Ooh. Mystery is up on that, like I said, that elevated position, the second story there. They've dropped off the third down onto the top of the crates, and I think they're even dancing, if I see correctly, behind that that crate there, but clearly feeling relaxed, and being relaxed enables them to connect with their shots. They find the full kill onto Mithril Marauder, and the ship defense doing good work early. Mayhem down an early loss, and I doubt that base will be ready for Freak just around this corner as well. So this ship defense definitely a big threat to Mayhem if they do want to try and work up to this objective. On the note of the underground, though, Ghost was underground. It looks like they may be popping back up to the surface here soon to rejoin the rest of their Mayhem squad on the push. But 4:20 left on the clock, and Mayhem stalled for the time being.
Yeah. Absent-minded proof on the second floor blue room. Gesture next to objective. Mystery still up there. Reek is ready to spring his trap any moment now. If Bass moves in through that gap, oh, this is going to get interesting. Oh, but this, oh, it's getting more interesting. Bass is actually, oh, he's not checking that corner. Oh, Mystery's down. But before he actually managed to down James. Bass is moving in, not checking Freak's corner, and Freak's trap finally springs. He catches Bass. James is still resable.
Okay. I saw one crash back to objective, by the way.
Jewel is preparing another trap. Oh, Pantheon is doing pretty well.
Yeah, they managed to sneak around here, and Freak actually pushing up to the upstairs floor, catches the kill. James not going to be resable. Ghost alone on the ship, and it's likely that Pantheon has an accurate kill count now as well. So Ghost going to have to pull off the 1v4 clutch with a defense that's getting aggressive now. Pantheon smelling a round win as they're close, but oh, what a nade toss that comes up and over in a C4 that detonates for the kill. They try to catch Duel for the double, and it could have been a 1v2 just like that. Instead, it's a 1v3. The threat on the ship is gone, and Ghost has 2.5 minutes to try and make something happen here.
Yep, 2 minutes on Shipyard. That's huge. Ghost still proceeding, so his primary threat would have been Duel, but he passed. Duel wasn't checking the corner. Oh, actually, he didn't have that sight. That down. Ghost now moving towards the staircase that leads to the 3rd level. So if he proceeds on his current location, his primary threat will be Duel or Absent-Minded Proof if he has any utilities. Oh, Ghost is actually checking the blue room 2nd floor. And it actually is wise to check that defense point, because you'll usually expect someone to be in there, and there actually was. He actually rotated back. But oh, getting up there won't be that much of a good idea, since but Duel wasn't checking this location, and it paid him off. Now Ghost is facing 2 opponents with a minute to go. Up on the 3rd floor, confirms the kills.
Has a little bit
there
of
goes
utility
the smoke.
left. Tosses the smoke out, and we'll get a little bit more utility from their downed enemy, trying to grab that flashbang underneath every other bit of utility. They do get that flash, and they do get a few extra rounds for an AK because they may have ran out of ammo for the rifle they were using. So fortunate that they did get that kill. A nade comes up and over. No, that's just the flash. Fall damage taken, so 1 bullet's all Jester needs here, and the flash will dissipate. Prof will peek the far corner. Jester onto the short, and there's no way for Ghost to find both of the kills. And a nice kill there that connects in. Pantheon tie up things on the defensive side. And for map 2, we are tied 1 apiece. And the matchup continues to be an exciting one between these 2 squads, as we obviously did anticipate. You always do in the round robin, but geez, what a fun series that we've got here this afternoon.
It couldn't be more correct. I mean, Ghost almost had it. He actually made 4 vs 1 into 2 vs 1.
Yep.
Now that's saying something.
Yeah, very true.
He must have, yeah, that's in the high pressure. I mean, to be the last living person on your team, but he actually made it that far. That actually proves how well these players are, and I'm so hyped.
Yep, it's just the beginning, just our first matchup of the evening. We've got 2 more coming up after this. In total, 6 maps to be played out this afternoon between Pantheon, Mayhem, Raptors, and I'm blanking, Summit. All 4 squads competing for a chance to be one of 2 teams advancing on to the semifinals next weekend, where they'll get a chance to compete for the Season 15 champion title. It's certainly a lot to push for, the accolade, something that these teams do seek out, and again, a long road to get here. 13 weeks of regular season gameplay, a lot of practice, a lot of experience, a lot of matches, a lot of winning and the losing. Both teams familiar with having to battle against a tough scoreline, and Pantheon doing well to compete against Mayhem here, but the first kill could come in early as James is set up, just misses Jester as they dropped off the corner. It continues to try to stay silent, but moving forward. They may actually find the first kill on the back of Jester if they're fortunate.
And here comes the second kill. Ghost catches Freak. He's looking for more. Misses by an inch. Absent-Minded Proof now has control of the rooftop itself. Mystery looking up, trying to catch Ghost, but Ghost got there first. Now Pantheon is down to 2. And look at here, James Boak is actually on the flank. Oh, Duel finally puts an end. Duel catches Oaks, but Ghost caught that as well. Now it's absent-minded Proof alone on the Pantheon side of things. Slowly approaching Ghost. Oh, he misses that!
Yeah, Prof not happy that they didn't connect there, and Ghost could find, I think, the full ace. No, not the full ace. James got a kill on the bottom floor, but at least 4 kills on this round. They've got 3 right now, and Prof looking to be the final one they need to make it a solid round 3 on map 2, but again, they're not quite there yet. The 1v4 is possible. We've seen teams chip away at the player advantage, and oh my gosh, the FOV of a game like this is so interesting. Ghost didn't see the player right underneath them, and Prof didn't see the one right above them. The kill does come in from base though, and Mayhem do take a defensive round. They'll go up 2-1. Swap sides, get a chance to attack, and we'll take a quick look at the KDs on the afternoon. James with 5, Ghost with 6 on the Mayhem side, leading the way, and Freak and Mystery finding a couple of kills on the Pantheon end, but really just a few standout shooters, and everyone else kind of staying conservative, reserved, cautious, as you should be in this competitive moment, you know, where it really does matter the most. This is the round robin. You cannot really afford a second loss in the books, and so Pantheon are fighting hard. Mayhem not finding easy wins, but that round certainly was a strong defense.
It surely was. And now, since Mayhem's 2 points up, and since they're back to Marsoc, they actually has a chance of finishing the second map also in a 41 if they can only send the uplink. I mean, that would be worst case scenario for Pantheon, so they'll try to defend this objective at all costs.
Into round 4 we go as Mayhem, like we said, attack, Pantheon defend, and they really need to get some momentum rolling here. Minsu, or they're going to be having continue to have a tough time against Mayhem. And I suppose the takeaway this afternoon is that Mayhem are looking good. Ghost catches a huge nade that goes all the way to the back of ship and downs Duel. Freak should be rotating for the res, but instead absent-minded Prof is dropping off of the 3-story angle and pushing up as Freak is going to hold and maintain early defense on the ship entrance, prevent anyone from going up that ramp. Ghost is tucked in down there, maybe thinking about it as the res comes in. I thought that was a team frag with the nade also being deployed, but that was a little bit farther down the line, and Ghost staying safe underneath the ramp. Look at the overhead. You can see Mayhem spreading out and seemingly getting ready to push up onto this ship from multiple angles.
Oh, James is actually underneath, reading some writings on the walls. Anyway, back to the main game itself. So yeah, James is actually on a flank. Pantheon should be careful about this. I mean, once he gets through Gesture, objective will be wide open.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a matter of timing the push up, making sure that James syncs up with the rest of the team pushing up onto this ship, because otherwise that south flank won't do a whole lot. They could also identify a couple of defenders if they're fortunate enough, although when you get down to the ground floor it's pretty hard to see Freak or anyone up on that ship, but they may be able to spot the back of Freak and find a kill early, which would end up giving away their flank rotation, which they have invested quite a bit of time into, going all the way underground across the map to pop up to that backside it's actually imagine why Jester was positioned in terms of like watching just the ramp. Not often would you see teams really invest much resources in watching this ramp because a flank wasn't really much of a threat if you were on the 3-story watching from the top. And so it's curious to see how one little change to the underground enabling that option does change how teams defend these objectives. And let's see how Mayhem attack this altered defense and if that flank will ever come through, because for now, with 3 minutes left, it does seem like they are finally finding the confidence to advance up onto the ship.
Well, here comes. I mean, the push hasn't come yet, but anyway, it will come any moment now. Mass has actually moved past a Freak's line of defense. He might be able to spot Freak, but no, he didn't poke around that corner. Gunshots follow. Freak still has that angle, so Oak should be careful about that. Oh, Mythil accidentally team kills Ghosts. This was a 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Wow, you hate to see the team kill under pressure like that, but that's when it would happen, when the pressure is on. James finally springs their trap in the south to connect with that flank onto Jester, and now Freak, cautious of multiple angles, doesn't draw their attention enough though, or does it? Freak catching 2 more on the defensive side on ship. A great job on the stairs. They finally go down to shots from James, and it makes it a 2v3. Both attackers now pretty far away from the ship, with Mithril all the way there on the top of the 2-story, and James, like we've been saying, poking up here from that far flank onto the east side. But you know, time is going to tick down. 1.5 minutes left. They're going to have to push objectives soon because there's some very tucked in defenders from Pantheon.
Yeah, all Pantheon has to do is just wait until Mayhem side pushes. Because I'm pretty sure... Oh, actually that team kill on Mayhem's side might cause a slight inaccuracy, but anyway, Pantheon will still have pretty much accurate kill counts. And now Mystery has taken down Mithril. It's all down to James. And James's location, well, has been already been known to the Pantheon side since he killed Jester.
Yeah, and I do apologize for some of the technical difficulties. They always happen, you know. Impossible to miss. Yeah. But I really honestly at this point blame the game of Onward to have a 1.5 minute delay between rounds, forcing me to do a scene transition. It's you know, could be shorter, so we wouldn't have to do that. But anyway, we're only 30 seconds away from this round being done, and James is on a flank pushing up. Absent-minded Prof likely hearing James, spotting them. Mystery on the top floor, not overextending, because again they can just tuck in, defend. 10 seconds left. James tries to find Prof, finds that first kill. Mystery flies off the 2-story and finds the drop shot there, and Pantheon will tie things up 2 apiece. And an exciting back and forth here on Shipyard unfolding before us. Both teams competing hard, and no easy rounds coming through this afternoon. Pantheon on the KDs with Freak taking 7, and Mystery with 4, and Mayhem with 6 from Ghost and 8 from James. The kill leaders continue to kill lead, and it's interesting to see that these players really are sort of the ones, maybe that's just their positioning, you know, the team positioning that they have where they're on point. But I'm not sure. It's it's either them, maybe they're just playing really good. You know, who knows? But they are certainly performing well here this afternoon for their squad, and really doing most of the heavy lifting when it comes down to finding those offensive and defensive kills. Round number 5 kicking off here as we do change objectives all the way over here to the east side, and now that flank Mitsu becomes even more prominent as a tool.
Exactly. That underground passageway now leads right next to the objective itself. So, yeah, defenders should be.
The north side of boat.
I mean, that actually kind of distracts the defenders. I mean, now you have to actually put someone right next. I mean, you now have to place someone watching that passageway.
Ooh, and base.
Oh, absent-minded proof misses, but Freak does cleans it up. Bass is now down.
Yeah, he just crossed in.
No, Freak should be careful about Mithril, and just as I speak, here comes the kill. Mayhem is actually putting up a nice defense here. They haven't, I mean, if we count Bass out, they haven't put up a
Top of objective building
push,
dead.
but
Did anybody else kill one
while
besides
I was
me?
saying about that, absent-minded proof catches Oaks on the roof.
3-4. 4-3.
Now it's 3 versus 4.
And you know, we talked about that threat of the flank. It's now even more a threat because there's only one on defense. And, well, Mystery tried to get down to the objective with this smoke, but Mithril there to defend out the window catches another kill. It pushes us into a 3v3. And for now, nobody is rotating down through the underground. And I think because if you do actually go down to the underground, it's kind of hard to push up through. I think the angles there don't necessarily favor the offense, and so it's a big risk to take if you do want to go up through that bottom floor. And maybe Bone is rotating to go down to that underground channel, but still, it's a pretty long rotation, and I guess they do have 4 minutes on the clock.
Yep. 4 minutes on the clock. 3 versus 3. Absent-minded proof up on the ship. Bones, it seems, has returned. Changed his course. Duel also pushing out from south. If we check on the defense side of things, Ghost is next to objective, James and Mithril inside that blue room. Absent-minded proof is actually looking for Mithril. He knows someone's there.
He didn't, no.
Sets out a smoke.
Smoking now, though. Smoking heavy.
Free fire is coming from Mithril, looking for absent-minded proof. Oh, and he actually downs it through the smoke. That was amazing.
Big connection there for Mithril, shutting down the rotation, and Mithril saying they're going to run out of bullets eventually. There's no indicator for the enemy, or for Mithril, excuse me, that they have gotten that kill. The game of Onward, akin to a military simulator, and so there's no real, indicator or anything until the smoke dissipates and Mithril sees that there's a dead body in that alleyway there, in that lane that they've been covering. So just as a note there, Mithril really was just blind firing that whole time that you saw they continued to shoot into that smoke even after the kill. An indicator again that there's nothing being told to them that the kill has been confirmed. It means that you have to communicate when you do find a kill in this game. Communication is more important than anything. That's why you're hearing Mithril and James being so active in that communication, as James just at the right time, no, just at the wrong time, covered the window there, dropped back off of it. Duel decides to push in quick and gives away their position with a little bit of noise. James swings around for the connection, and then Duel may have been flashed, I'm not sure, but Bone is working up through the bottom tunnel now and is in a 1v3.
Yep. Bones slowly crawling through that tunnel. He can hear everything going up there. And he's alone. I can't imagine how much weight he might be carrying on his shoulders.
Yeah, it's, well, let's look at the KDs. Oh, yeah, there was, I did see in chat someone had dropped, and it does look like, yeah, last round, Pantheon had a drop. Bone had dropped out, so they're now 0-0-0 on the score line, but they're certainly working their way slowly up through the tunnel, and there's only now a minute left. Eventually, they're going to have to work a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Now into 50 seconds. James and Mithril can always return, and I'll have to check this later. But Mithril might have an angle if Bones moves out of that entrance or exit. So that 30-second beep will come any second now, and here it comes. Oh, Ghost actually hears Bones' footsteps. This can change everything.
All that effort and being silent.
All that effort turned into nothing. Yeah.
One little footstep in. I mean, they'd have to run soon anyway. There's only 14 seconds left. They'd have to push up. And James doing a good job of suppressing. And yeah, there's no way they can push through all of that fire. And Mayhem take it up. 3-2 are 1 round closer. Just really 1 round away from taking 2 maps in their first round of this group stage. It would certainly be a strong start for them, and it's definitely what you're looking for on your opening set. In comparison, Pantheon do not want to have two losses on their record right away in the round robin. If anything, it almost feels like it eliminates you. If anything, you have to win all 4 of the next all 4 of the maps that they play from there on out after this, if they do want to be in contention for that second place. Because I do think maybe with how close this whole round robin is going to be, that, you know, going 4-2 could be a reality in terms of still taking second place. So, you know, we'll have to see how these teams do shake out. But for now, at least, Mayhem certainly performing well, taking map 1 4-1, and now leading map number 2 3-2. Looking at series point at this stage on this round here as we get into round 6.
And off we go.
Yeah, you're taking point, I'm following behind.
Pointy person, right? You're the pointy.
Mayhem, it seems, for now is pushing the ship itself. Pantheon defenders on the other end. Oh, this is actually interesting. Freak and Jewel is going for a flank underground.
Oh, wow. Getting aggressive.
And yeah, I don't think Mayhem players will be able to hear their footsteps if they... Oh, they've stopped.
Switch. Yep. Oh, that was awkward.
Yeah, so it seems their intentions is not flank. They're mostly... I mean, they can always move up on the right timing, but for now they've stopped. They're just mainly focusing to make sure nobody pushes down.
I don't want to talk about it.
First couple of shots coming in there from Bass. Concerned of a previous spot that they died from, tucked into that dark corner, and so making sure that nobody...
Yeah, Freak surely must have surprised him a lot.
Doesn't want that to happen again and is monitoring it. But objective very lightly covered, interestingly enough.
Oh, this is interesting. Absent-minded Proof actually moved out from that... Oh, he's returning. Never mind. Mithril and Bass is now about to face their first trial, Absent-minded Proof. Let's see if they can make through it. I mean, Mayhem got a lot of kills from that spot, so I'm pretty sure they'll be looking for a defender in there. They'll be expecting someone to be in there.
Yeah, it's oftentimes why you do see utility or smoke come out on that ramp if they do want to make a cross, and I really do think eliminating Prof is kind of vital to enabling the push up from the ship if they do want to do that. They don't have to push from the ship, though. They could utilize the crates to provide a little bit of cover, that wall that's down in the middle of the map. But ship sometimes feels like the strongest way to approach, and definitely seems to be the intention from the duo here. They do have, again, if you look at the overhead, a spread set up. One is advancing up through the center, and they actually may find action first before anyone else. Ghost here just proning their way up, and oh, Duel is actually underground, so Ghost won't spot anything.
I hear him underneath.
Oh, I just heard someone calling out underneath.
There's also one in first floor blue room. I saw him clipping through the wall.
Oh yeah, it seems Freak's too far away. Anyway, that underground trap, if you can say, has been discovered.
Yep.
Freak, now that they're discovered, Freak's on an aggressive move is going to try to flank from far behind.
Top right window, top right window.
But that will take some time, so in the meantime, a smoke grenade that blinds absent-minded proof. Though Mithril and Bass should be careful, Bones still has an angle up there. Oh, absent-minded proof even through that smoke.
Oh.
Catches Bat with Freak's trap actually activates, catches James, goes to downs Bones. Absent-minded proof quickly revives that.
Oh, and Freak up here.
Freak catches one. Yep.
A very
Freak catches Ghost.
strong position, and another trade back and forth. Oaks finds a key refrag, though, shutting Freak down on the flank, keeps it to a 2v3. And Oaks saying either the flanker's dead or they just team killed. They weren't even certain. I mean, amongst the chaos, they were just looking for the shots. Mithril on a ledge, just peeking up over the top, looking for anything down on towards absent-minded prof, but won't spot anyone on the back of the objective. And ultimately, it is just Mystery and Duel on the inside holding the objective down. But what is the duo going to do? A minute 10 left. They're going to have to get off this ship eventually.
Yeah, and it will be a tough one since absent-minded proof still has an angle towards that ramp.
Yep.
So the best scenario for Mayhem is to Oaks to distract him or catch him better. Then create some chaos, and the Mithril might just be able to. Oh, he finds another way.
Oaks still has to push up, though. 30 seconds left. Prof here on the corner. They'll go down. Oaks finds the kill. It's a 2v2 with Myth Marauder flanking around the backside. 25 seconds left. They need to crash on this objective together as a smoke does come up to the front of the OBJ. Doesn't, unfortunately, catch good placement, but is there anyway. Duel does get blinded out. Flashes coming in. 10 seconds left. Time ticking down. Mystery catches Oaks trying to barrel in, and Mithril rotated too far. This time will be
not yet.
their
Time won't
enemy.
be on his side.
1-2. No, they couldn't find the kills anyway. And Pantheon take this the distance on the second map of this round one in our Group A of the round robin. It is a tie game here. A strong performance again from Mayhem on map 1 if you are just tuning in. Map 2, though, which is where we are now, is dead even, and as we look at the KDs, we see that on both sides we have shooters in the double digits. James Boak finding 10 kills, Freak finding 10 kills, Mystery with 5 as the next up, and 6 for Ghost. So standout shooters from Freak and James, putting both of their teams in contention for this map, and certainly, again, Minsu, quite the battle between these squads this afternoon. I think every matchup that we're going to get should be this good, should be this close. And, you know, eventually we'll get into best of 3s, best of 5s. That's next weekend. You can look forward to that, you know, kind of return to normalcy in terms of the format. But these two map battles are even more intense because, you know, you can win, it's not the end of the world if you lose that first map. So Pantheon are really doing a good job of fighting here.
Yeah, they've dramatically lost map 1, but their morale surely seems to be still up. I mean, that's the important thing. These two, even after this, these two teams will have to go through 4 more maps, and it's all about morale when it comes to this stage of things. Keeping that spirit well up all the way to the end. Well, now into the final round of map 2, and round 1. No, that was kind of odd. Sorry.
Yeah, false start. False start for us here as Pantheon don't have everyone loaded in, so do bear with us as we will eventually get into round number 7 of this series. But yeah, we've gone the distance, and I don't know, how often do you think this is going to happen, Minsu? Do you think we're going to see more 3-3s this afternoon? I feel like it certainly is possible, but I mean, maybe more the reality. We should expect to see more 3-3s, and you know, the 4-1 then for map 1 was a rarity. I don't know.
Yeah, like you said, banning 3 maps each will eventually lead them to a map that both teams are either good at or not particularly good at, not particularly bad at. Like, yeah, remember, both teams had roughly 50 to 60% of rounds win rate on this map. So I guess, yeah, this will be something we'll be expecting more this evening or this morning, depends on where you live on.
Yeah, you were talking offline. It's the morning for you. It's just getting into the afternoon for me. And into round 7, we do go now, officially starting it. I am getting feedback from chat, Chandler Sullivan, saying that the Raptors game is looking good. So Raptors clearly performing well here at the start of this group stage as well. And curious to see the matchup of the winner here up against Raptors. I think Raptors, I don't know who they're playing next matchup, but we will get into that a little bit more.
Raptors and Pantheon will be meeting, for your information, on the next round. Anyway, yeah, that's for...
That's for next round, though.
Later.
For now, we got to finish off this final map in this series. A final round to determine who's going to come out on top as Mystery walks around giving away the location, but I suppose at the risk of also maybe being funny and trying to instigate some laughs to give away. I don't know. But James tucked into a very interesting corner. Look at this. They're guarding the underground pop-up and also listening in for any sort of information on the ship just on the other side of the door from them. Of the wall, excuse me.
What's that? Wait. Freak is up on the center rooftop.
Go that way.
But he's not the only one who's up on the rooftop. Oaks is actually on the roof of the objective building. And it seems he might have saw a glimpse of Mystery. I'm not so sure. The angle he's holding is pretty tight, so...
Yeah, I do wonder what Oaks is looking for specifically there. Maybe a late stage sort of defense from the roof along the side. I'm not quite sure. Freak is a big threat to Oaks, though. And if Oaks doesn't try and check for Freak on the roof, it could be their demise, because Freak is literally up on that top floor to watch for any of the defenders popping up on this roof. So smart, I suppose, for Oaks to stay prone, but it does limit, again, what they're actually seeing. And Mayhem fortunate to start things off in an advantage 5-4 with an early kill there getting tossed in from Mithril Marauder.
That's a nice angle being held by Mithril. We're inside the building, guarding the ramp.
Another one on the edge of the...
Oh, here goes in a smoke. We'll have to check. We'll have to check again, but yeah, it nicely covers the ramp. That was an amazing throw, to be honest.
Yeah, it let their teammate retreat out of that position they were otherwise kind of stuck in. They couldn't cross without being vulnerable to Mithril, and so Duel gets out and all the way to the other side of the map already. James shutting down Bone, trying to push up from the bottom floor, but gives away their position in doing so. So Toxic Drop and Freak aware that there's someone inside the building that they are surrounding right now. Duel, I wonder if they heard the shots taken just across from them inside that building as well. Maybe not. They decide they seemingly are going to be pushing straight to objective. Base is there to shut it down. Oaks pops up, takes down Toxic Drop, almost gets refragged by Freak, but not quite. And Mayhem are into a 5v1 as they lose another there, and Freak alone has to pull off a massive clutch to take Pantheon and get them a single map in these first two.
Oh, James is getting aggressive. Freak should be careful of this. I'm kind of curious. Are they tuning in?
Yeah, I think.
Just when I say he was getting aggressive, she stopped.
Just slowly collapsing around this position here. I think Oaks likely had heard the shots that Freak was taking on them, so they very likely have an idea that Freak is somewhere here. James probably hearing the footsteps on the stairs, and Freak definitely hearing James just around the corner, but I wonder if Freak knows James is just around this corner. They are slowly getting closer and closer. Eventually one of them is going to have to peek here and look for the kills. Freak's going to be the one to peek, and James the one that finds the kill. Mayhem won't lose a single defender on their final round against Pantheon, and they will take the entire series on a second map. 2 maps is all we play in this group stage per matchup, but we do have 2 more matchups left this afternoon for each team. So a lot of games to be played out. Both matchups that are going to get played each round are cast on this YouTube channel. So Raptors finished up their series by winning their 2 maps 4-0. So Mayhem and Raptors, the 2 teams to keep an eye on right now, Minsu. And I think that was my prediction and maybe Chum's prediction on the pre-show, was that Mayhem and Raptors would be the 2 teams coming out on top this afternoon. They won't play each other until the final round, round 3. So keep your eyes and ears peeled and ready for that final round of the group stage. But we're not there yet. We're just finishing up round 1. We're going to take a quick break here and get ready for round 2. Don't go anywhere. More Onward VRML Season 15 Round Robin NA Group A coming at you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us here this afternoon to get back into the action for round number 2 of the North American Round Robin Group Stage Group A. I've been Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-caster Minsu, and we're going to be jumping into Summit versus Mayhem for map number 2. Our first map, for round number 2. Our first map of the afternoon will be on USS Quest, and I feel like this is kind of an exciting way to kick off the series, something different than what we had the last 2 maps. The map bans somewhat similar, as we do see bans coming in from the Mayhem squad being Cargo, Arctic, and Tanker. It's the same bans that they had last series, probably going to be the same bans they have going into round 3. If anything, it's an indicator that, you know, they're banning the maps that they don't want to play this afternoon. They're eliminating 3 maps out the gate there, and it leaves us with a limited close quarters map pool. And USS Quest is one of the remaining close quarters maps in that map pool. So into round 1 we go on USS Quest, with Summit on the attack and Mayhem on the defense for round 1.
And off we go. First objective, next to bridge, beyond the bridge. Now, this is kind of an interesting objective itself, since once you pass that red lit passageway, objective is quite open. But passing that could be a problem. Oh, a close grenade thrown by Shadow Worms almost got Mithril.
Diesel's working a slow flank around the edge as the red light lane getting quite a bit of action with Mithril Marauder and base fighting hard. James Boak watching on that backside, and another utility connecting on either team so far, but no one really making too much progress outside of Diesel, one of the only ones that is pushing forward right now, as Oaks catches Shadow Arms for the first kill. For Mayhem, it's just a down, not a full kill. There's the full kill, confirming Shadow Arms now, so no res will be available as Oasis tries to find a pick on the backside, and Diesel still rotating slowly, doesn't get identified by Sky as they quickly peek out. Sky is going to toss a great flash, though, and catch Diesel with a good pickup, and... Ooh, I got to swap teams. Or do we have the teams... No, we got the teams, right? Sky is just subbing in here, it seems. Part of that roster of the Mayhem team, and we didn't see them in that first series, if I remember correctly. Were they?
Sky wasn't there.
Yeah. Bringing in a fresh face, maybe, for new 2 maps. Smart, because it is a long haul this afternoon, and Mayhem down to just 3. Summit with only 2, Goose and Denny. Gonna have to work their way up. Denny gonna join up with Goose most likely on this red lane and try and get rid of the on-objective defenders. A quick cap may be the objective for Summit this afternoon if they can get rid of Marauder and Bess on the OBJ.
As James has returned to... James is a little far behind, so... With a red push, that could easily be the case. Oh, Goose almost catches Bass.
A battle of the animals.
Yeah. Danny checking flank. Now, this is interesting. Just being extra cautious, I guess. James moving around. Could he be counting the number of bodies, or is he just pushing out a little far, knowing that they've eliminated threats on the main deck? I mean,
maybe a bit of both, but I think eventually it could be for a flank on the back of Denny and Goose. But that is risky, because again, if they do get pushed and they don't defend effectively, if Marauder or Bass go down, it is going to be Goose and Denny with that a real potential for a cap. James is going to have a very hard time retaking from how far away they are. So they either got to commit to the flank, try and find that flank and make it successful, or wait around and defend the objective. And it looks like they finally decided to commit to the flank and try and get behind Denny and Goose, who are still waiting on the red lane.
There's one on our left side here.
And Denny's still checking for that flank. No, this could change everything with the right timing. James actually downs Denny.
They'll find both kills on the red lane. James with a nice pickup there. Mayhem off of 2 map wins in the start against Pantheon are now leading their first map against the Summit squad 1-0 here. Reporting in on how Summit performed in their last series, they did lose a map to Raptors, but also won a map. So their first series against Raptors went 1-1, and so there's still a chance, really, for this to all shake out, like I said, into that point where Mayhem may guarantee their first, an advancement on to the semifinals if they win 4 maps in a row. But there is probably going to be a chance for a 4-2 team to potentially take second place. So it'll be very interesting to see, how the other matchup goes, and that's being broadcast live right now. Pantheon and Raptors. All you got to do is tune in to the other YouTube live stream that is located right here on this same YouTube channel, which hopefully you have hit the thumbs up button on and subscribed to, in which case we do really appreciate the support. Thank you all for stopping in, hanging out, and enjoying the Onward postseason on the NA side this afternoon. If you did miss it, we did do EU and OCE broadcasts, so do be sure to tune in to those VODs, which are, again, located on this YouTube channel. And so a lot of really good Onward action unfolding, as it always does, but this time for Season 15 in the postseason, and this time on YouTube. So again, thank you all for supporting us here on this transition to the YouTube platform. I've been enjoying it quite a lot, and hopefully everyone that's been tuning in has as well, as we do get into round number 2, and we swap sides. So Summit now defending Mayhem get a chance at attacking that corner objective.
Off we go. Oh, things seem to go similarly to the previous round. 2 pushes the red lit corridor. 3 watching the deck.
Ooh, that's a good nade toss. Pretty long range. Doesn't go into the corner that Mythical Marauder's tucked into, though. And so everyone from Mayhem alive and well after utility has come raining down on top of them. And Shadow Arms, the most extended on the defense, as they're pushed up in that middle, hoping for Base and Oaks to push through up to them. But it's a bit of a cautious approach for Mayhem right now, maybe because they haven't gone up against Summit yet. They don't know what sort of defensive style Summit's going to be bringing. Maybe they're anticipating Summit to go with a bit more of an aggressive defense because they really are waiting for someone to push up through that middle side. No one has, though, and there's 3 tucked in around objective. So opportunities for the Mayhem squad to get pretty close to the objective uncontested.
Yep. And also Summit defense is quite widespread. So it once again, if the attackers can push in, rain down on the defenders. This might be. Oh, that grenade was so close, thrown by James, almost put Goose. But doesn't matter anymore. James meshes him with a rifle.
A great flash onto Shadow Arms. That's Oaks push up for the kill. Diesel's alive on the far back corner, and on objective defense is getting pushed as smokes and utility start to come through. Counter utility coming in from Denny And Oasis, though, does put a pause on Mithril and James pushing as Oaks will catch Diesel down. Now the only two defenders are on objective. Make it the only defender, make them no defenders. Mayhem, with 5 left alive on the attack, go up 2-0 against Summit on map number 1. Definitely a strong start on USS Quest, and maybe a change of objective is what this Summit team needs to get their footing underneath them.
Yeah, that could be exactly the case. Mayhem back on defense. If they manage to defend this objective off, that will put them on a match point once again. Sorry about that.
No, I had the wrong winning team show up there, so apologies for the confusion. The 2 points are to Mayhem, so let's adjust the scores now, as I think they did go to the wrong side there, but yeah, round 2 certainly again, Mayhem playing strong here. They're riding off of momentum, and I do see someone in chat saying confused how the format is. We explained it at the start of the stream, and rightfully so. You may have missed that because we've been live for now over 2.5 hours. But it is a round-robin format. There are 3 rounds that get played. In this round-robin format, there are 4 teams competing. Raptors, Summit, Mayhem, and Pantheon. These 4 teams play each other once. Pantheon plays Mayhem, Raptors, and Summit. And so in total, there are 3 games that get played by each team. Each round has 2 matches getting played at the same time, which is why we have 2 streams live. And so right now we're into the second round. In a round, 2 maps get played. At the end of all 3 rounds, we tally up how many maps a team has won, and 2 teams that have the most map wins advance on to the semifinals that get played out next weekend. That is your standard single elimination style, and maybe a format you're more familiar with. But into the action we have to go as shots are already coming in, base already getting shot, and it's round 3, not 4, as I again clicked the wrong round number. But the first kill comes in from Mayhem already.
Yeah, Mayhem defense is now down to 4. Utilities are flying. Oh, that was an amazing throw. Didn't connect though. Daniel Lone pushing the red lit corridor. This time he is pushing backwards, unlike the previous rounds. Sky Joker is looking at the corner while his teammates are mainly focusing on the deck itself. A grenade came flying through, didn't connect. Oh, they're just waiting for the timing, I guess. It isn't getting that aggressive. Yeah.
Covering late angles, really, yeah, James. Just waiting for the team to eventually start to push the objective. There's a lot of ground that they have to cover to even get up to this objective. So not necessarily any reason to get too aggressive. It seems that that's the choice from Mayhem. And so James is going to play this very patiently and wait for this offense to push all the way up. Likely catch 1 or 2 of them off guard, not really anticipating a rotation, as Oaks does catch one. Shadow Arms does come flying up. They will go down to James from the AKM, and Summit are left with 3, almost 2, as James does peek around. A great flash is going to come up and over and detonate to blind Goose. Diesel also blinded, but James finds the kill, tucks back in. Diesel can't find the refrag. Mayhem are up 3-2 for a brief second as Diesel tries to connect. Can't, and James now applying pressure on the Diesel and Denny at the same time up through the middle.
Yep. Diesel puts the pin on the smoke. Is he actually holding it while he advances?
Looks like
James. Yeah, James.
Lima one.
James catches him, and that kill count is pretty well accurate.
7-0. Mayhem with 3 alive, and James now pushing up onto Denny's location. Denny very unlikely to anticipate that a defender would be this far forward, getting closer and closer to them. and really a good opportunity for James to find another kill. I don't know how many it is on the round. It might be all 5. It might be the full ace. No, there was a trade or 2 on the back end. Yeah. But still, their total KD looking good. The 7-0 looking to make it 8-0 if they do find Denny. But Denny so far has just managed to squeak past James and the line of sight that they do have. But for how long? They're way out in the open. James just has to look a little bit to the left. They will spot them out. They'll take the shots, and Mayhem will go up 3-0 on map number 1 in round 2.
Exactly. And check the kills and bets. It's round 3 and James is already on 8 kills and he hasn't died once on this map.
Yeah, they are
that's saying something.
They're looking good, to say the least. Their group stage going well for them so far. Got a lot of momentum on their side right now off of 2 map wins on their first round in round 1, and now just a point away from taking another map win, making it for a total of 3-0 on the afternoon. We'll then obviously go to our second map, play that out, and then likely go to a break while we wait for the rest of the rounds to be played. Rest of the other match to be played. Again, there's another stream that's live right now. If you're not checking it out, you should. Chumbait is over there doing a great job broadcasting. Do please go show them some love. They're on this YouTube channel, so all you got to do is click on this YouTube channel and go and turn on the other live stream in the live category to catch good, arguably maybe a better series being played out over there. Pantheon versus Raptors. That's certainly an exciting one. Pantheon not good on momentum, but maybe a chance to win a map or 2 against Raptors since they aren't coming out with a perfect 2-0 record either. So, I'm interested to see how that series is going right now. I'm sure I'll see some folks in chat letting me know because they do have both streams open, in which case I do appreciate you, as we do get a false start for round number 4. But yeah, we will take a quick look at the KDs before we do get into our 4th round as James 8-0, Oaks 5-3. The rest of the team hardly finding kills or even able to find them, I suppose. And over on Summit, Diesel and Oasis with 2 apiece is all that they have. So Summit really having a hard time right now going up against Mayhem on Quest. And it makes me wonder, let's take a look actually at the matchup history. Is this mat just not one that Summit are favorable in? I don't know. I'm looking right now and seeing it is maybe one of their more played maps even. USS Quest, 24 rounds played. Not their highest win percentage rate, 67% win rate, but still,
Actually, if we talk about the rounds win rate, Mayhem has lower. They only have 55% rounds win rate compared to Summit's 67 rounds win rate. Yeah, Mayhem only played it 4 times this season, won twice out of it. While Summit played it 5 times this season, won four out of it. This is really getting interesting. But I think it might have been Mayhem who picked this map, right?
Yeah, it could have been. I'm not sure who is home or away in particular in this second round, but yeah, they could have chosen the map, which would make sense. It does look like we are getting ready now, though, to get back into the action for round number 4. Map point for Mayhem as they go on the attack. And maybe that's, oh my gosh, we're seemingly having some technical difficulties loading in to the final round here this afternoon. Hopefully we can solve those without having to do too much work here on our side. But yeah, do bear with us as these teams try and get a round where they do all load in cleanly. But while we're waiting, a quick shout out again to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. We really do appreciate your support. It means the world to us, and it's only Well, it's the main reason that we are even doing the broadcast, because we know folks like to tune in and catch the action. So here's to you, and again, a shout out to everyone that stops by. Please do share the stream link with all your friends. Get folks in here watching the stream, enjoying VR esports action, and well, now we're ready to go into round number 4, as Mayhem are 1 round away from taking the map.
And off we go. We'll be checking that pretty soon. Okay, so this seems... Oh, Mayhem it seems is once again focusing on the red lit corridor like Summit did. In Summit's case, it didn't turn out that well. Let's see if Mayhem could do better.
Limited defensive spread there for the red lane. They do have Denny and Goose, but that is all they're investing in holding this down. In comparison, no one really up the middle other than, I suppose, Loop v2. What is the play going to be here from the Mayhem squad?
Yeah, this
Look
is...
at the overhead.
Yeah, this is... Exactly. And this spread is quite interesting. I mean, no defense has moved out forward. They're all just... Actually, to be exact, they're all behind objective. I mean, losing this round would mean Summit going down to 4-0, so they're playing it safely, I guess, but isn't this too safe? I mean, too defensive?
Well, yeah, maybe. It's really is going to let the offense get very close to the objective if they do go up through the middle, but yeah, it is certainly a safe option. Again, they are really making sure no one does get behind them and caps the objective, because sometimes you'll see teams manage to do that. As a trade happens on that red lane side, James and Goose go down to each other, full kills on both sides, so no one will be able to be rezzed. And we're into a 4v4 now. The red lane defense gets a little bit weaker for that Summit side, but they still have Denny holding things down, and Marauder's still there, ready to push up from the red lane. Like you said, Oasis very reserved, tucked in all the way back. Loop v2, Diesel tucked in very far back, just holding down really that objective up to the entry up to objective. But this is the concern that you were expressing here. If smoke's coming on the front side and they get inside the crate, I'm pretty sure they can cap.
Exactly. That's the kind of that's the exact thing I was worried about. But for Diesel catches Oaks, then he catches Mythical Marauder, so Summit won't go down that easily. I mean, they had reasons for setting up this defense back there, and I do believe that's paying off. Mayhem now down to 2. Bass moves in, past the Diesel's line of fire, so he should be careful. Yeah. Love misses that. Bass catches that.
That's a big kill.
Diesel
Basically get
misses
inside and cap the objective if they want to right now, but they haven't gone yet. The smoke blinding them, and Oasis and Denny are crashing back. Joker catches one. Base will get killed on the backside, and Summit just barely managed to put a point on the board, but they do get a point on the board. 1-3 here on USS Quest, and maybe that's the start of the comeback. Who knows? We'll swap sides, change objectives all the way over down into the south end. And, well, it's nice to see Summit fighting here in this first map of round 2.
Exactly. Summit won't go down that easily, I guess. I mean, I guess I was wrong. They had reasons for setting up that defense.
Yeah. Yep, seemed pretty passive, but at the end of the day, it works quite well for these Summit team.
Yeah, once again, Mayhem's back on defense. All they have to do to proceed into the next map with a crisp 4-1. I mean, they almost finished this as a 5-0, but 4-1 is still a nice thing. So Yeah, all they have to do is just to defend this objective safely. And since that creator in front of objective is not accessible, yeah, I guess this will be quite easier to defend than the previous one.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it does work out for Mayhem, though. Round number 5 kicking off here. We're almost at that halfway point of the afternoon. Only 3 hours in, but we are almost there. The third map nearing its finish if Mayhem can lock in this final point. Otherwise, Summit are fighting hard. They're going on the attack now and trying to get back to a 3-3 point where they can hopefully take their first map and not go down 2 maps already in the group stage. They do not want to have 2 losses on their record. So it's a pretty big couple of this map in particular, these rounds vital. Their backs are against the wall, and it's exciting to see Summit grab that last round and now get a chance to continue to push that comeback train forward.
Free fire coming in through the smoke, catches no one. Oh, Summit is really taking this carefully. Oh, a grenade almost cut Oasis. Dito should be careful. Oaks is holding a tight line, but it was Oasis who first got to him. Oasis downs Oaks. He's still reservoir. And Skyjoker does. Mithril catches Diesel on the red corridor, and he also connects. Oh, actually, that wasn't on the corridor itself. Yeah, Mithril scores a double, finds a second. Now Goose is down. That was Goose, right? Yeah, Goose is down as well. Summit now down to 3. With 4 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock. Mithril is looking for more praise. If he swings out at the right timing, he will also be able to catch Love. Joker covering the catwalk. More gunshots following.
Still at blue.
Mayhem defense is also.
Okay.
I mean, but this time they only really have to play it safely, like I said. They are already on match point. Oh, Love is getting aggressive. But was cut by Sky Joker, who was hiding behind that box. Danny and Oasis has pushed pretty far. Oaks downs Danny, but Oasis quickly put the end to it before he could confirm that kill. It's now 2 versus 4. That's better than 2 versus 5. Oasis and Denny are nicely covering up that gap with the smoke. Slowly approaching the objective from the left side. And to be honest, yeah, it's a little defense is a little thin on that side with the catwalk and all.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity for the duo to make something happen and chip away at the defense. Get rid of Sky Joker here, who does just rotate around into Oasis's line of sight. And that's the first pickup. James now goes down next, and suddenly it's a 2v2. Two defenders on objective, now actually rotating to defend objective base way out in the open. Denny doesn't want to risk peeking, but will eventually check and catch base out. Trying to rotate onto Oasis. Mayhem lose everybody. Holding things down now with 2 minutes left. It's all up to Mithril Marauder in a 1v2.
Oh, this doesn't look good for Mayhem. Objective's actually open. Oh, Mithril is returning. He might be able to clutch this, but he should be careful. I mean, he can't check Oasis' side if he stands at this corner, stays in this corner. But
wow.
That doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, as Danny catches Mithril, Summit surely won't go down that easily.
Wow. A big comeback on the 2v4 from Oasis in particular. 6 kills on the board now with 1 revive, only 3 deaths. They are certainly playing strong on the back half of USS Quest, and Mayhem fought hard last series to get themselves up to the 2-map win state, and they're now kind of struggling to get this first map win against Summit. USS Quest started so good for them, but that final point can sometimes be the toughest point to secure, and Mayhem definitely having a hard time getting that 4th point on the board and taking this first map.
Well, same objective. This time Summit will be on defense. If they successfully defend this one, the score will be a tie. And Summit will actually have a chance. I mean, they always had the chance, but I mean, that would be some dramatic comeback.
Yeah, it certainly would be. It would be impressive to see the Summit team manage that. But they're on defense. We swapped sides. Summit, Mayhem are now attacking, and can be a real chance for Mayhem to lock in that final round. This objective not necessarily easy to defend, and as we saw last round, if you do lose some key defensive positions, it can mean that you have to rotate and cover. Rotate into angles that do expose you to potential deaths. So it can be a hard one to hold down, but we'll see how Summit do and if they can continue the comeback train. Getting back into round 6 now of map 3 of the afternoon.
And off we go. Mayhem spreading out quickly. Oh, and this time Summit's actually getting aggressive. Already pushed out this far. Early gunshots. That was Oaks firing towards Diesel. Oh, no, I guess that was a pre-fire. Okay, everyone paused for a second. Waiting for the opponent to make the first move. Everyone's just holding their angles. Oh, this really is getting tense. A grenade thrown by James. Was close, but didn't connect. Oh, and then he refrags it amazingly. Just as the smoke disappears, then he catches James.
At least 2 in red thing.
That's 1 down on the main side. Ghost deploys a grenade. Will this be enough? Nope, it wasn't. Pass will live to see another day.
There's one in center by double stack.
I can really feel the tension between these teams. I mean, they're just waiting for the opponents to make their first move. Not. Oh, but this might be the moment. Flash goes in, a counter flashes as well. Followed by a grenade. Oh, misses death by just an inch. Though all through that chaos, Vaz and Goose are really close. Just an inch more. Goose only has to peek around. Oh no! Oh, but it was Bass who got the first kill. So does Oaks. Diesel is finished off by Bass. Summon is now down to 3.
We did.
Oasis and Love focusing on the
Middle lane.
deck. Danny covering the red lit corridor. Oh, Oasis catches Bath.
Oh.
Danny catches Sky Joker. And with that, the Danny team kills Love. Oh, that was crucial. But now we're back to 2-2. Oaks still has chance of catching Oasis. Yep, oh, there goes down Oasis.
Killed another one in center.
Mythville is free to advance. He can pop up behind Danny and catch him off guard. That's always possible. And he misses it. Then he sits down on the right timing. So he should be careful. Objectives now open. Then he sees Mithril. Didn't connect. I mean, yeah. What is Denny doing? He's leaving the objective wide open.
Yeah, I suppose it doesn't matter if they lose the objective. It's about finding the kills right now. Because if they lose the objective or he dies, it's the round over anyway. And so they push up to Mithril Marauder, and Marauder catches the kill, and Mayhem finally lock in the round to take our first map of the afternoon in round number 2. They do push up, albeit the struggle. Summit coming alive there in the back half as we do take a quick look at the KDs before they vanish. And happy that we're tuning into this one. The other stream, like I've been saying, live right now. And so while we wait for Mayhem to choose the map or Summit to pick the map off of a exciting back and forth here, map 2 awaits in the wings, and you can take a look at the other series being played on this YouTube channel. We have multiple games being played out right now, so do be sure to tune in and check out the multi-streams on the YouTube channel. Make sure you're also hitting the thumbs up button to show your support for the stream. The like, that helps with the ratio. It helps improve the visibility of the stream to more people and ultimately help us grow Onward and the VR esports space. So we do appreciate that support if you can afford to offer it. Subscribe if you can as well. But we are now just waiting for map 2, which seems to be Egress. If I have...
Oh, it has been decided. Yes, it will be Egress, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like we're also potentially going into a timeout right now. That was interesting. James gave that info 10 minutes ago. I'm trying to imagine when they would have called a timeout. But either way, I think we may be going into a brief break before we get into our 4th map of the series. So we'll cut to a quick intermission, and when we come back, it'll be map number 4 of Mayhem and Summit. Tune into the other stream while you wait, and then come back here when the action resumes in just a few minutes.
I mean, Salty now rotating back with a nade, not finding Golden there though. Golden now pushing, picks up Salty.
It's open. Thick. It's open. The smoke goes short. It's not long enough. 1 minute on the clock.
That cross though. I think Lightskin might have it.
He knows
Lightskin picking up Golden.
Yes, I'm so good.
Oh. Resident City is now calling out to watch OBJ crossing.
What a beautiful swing and a kill. 20 seconds now. Catholic, he's waiting. Lightskin waits for it. They heard those call-outs. They're pre-firing the doorway. Catholic does not give that pick. 10 seconds now. Here comes Lightskin. They're pre-firing. They find a kill. They got 5 seconds to put in the uplink. But no, Texans can't find it. They pull out the tower. They don't. It's 2 seconds. And Gramster doesn't give in. It's a one-on-one.
I heard them all as I was going through, and so I knew where those 3 were, and I was just hoping that it was just those 3. So I swing the corner and I kill him, and then I didn't see any victory signs. So it's like, oh my god, like I don't have enough time to cap. If I would have memorized the code, I would have most definitely capped it.
Lightskin is there, and we are going to see a
out.
cap by the skin of his teeth.
Oh my gosh, here comes Lightskin on the swing. They don't pull the trigger, they do at the last minute, but they might get shot in the back here. And there it goes, Lightskin finds us.
We did a lot better than we expected. Especially the win with Proteus, we're all kind of excited about that because we didn't expect that.
They have the earlier angle onto Shinobi. There goes Peas finding Playboy Ghost in the south. Salty finding Shinobi.
Well, I do know my mom's definitely going to watch it. And if I send the links to my friends, maybe they might watch it. I'm a wrestler and I'm kind of, just used to all eyes on me. You stop caring about what other people think and you're more so focused on what you need to do at that point.
Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping in to round number 1 of Map 2 between Mayhem and Summit this afternoon. Summit on the defense to start things off, and Mayhem on the attack as we open up on Egress. Interesting map choice. We'll get more into the match statistics later as Ghost opens things up with a nice kill down the long alleyway, enables Mayhem to push up along the south pretty comfortably.
Exactly, and this objective isn't an easy one to defend on. You can send yelling from outside, from inside the building, and those snows really don't help on defenders to catch your opponent's footsteps. So one defender down could be a huge blow to the Summit side.
It's all about staying quiet on the approach, and Diesel, maybe the front line of defense for Summit, as Mayhem does rotate around, and James may be able to get, like you said, kind of around this Diesel defense and honestly almost get behind everybody here. Shadow Arms, an interesting spot on top of the rafters. They're looking out through the window, out through the doorway to cover their south flank, so they do have some coverage there, but they are also equally pretty exposed by being up there. If James finds an angle over the top of the wall, they have several different spots they can peek out from to take the shot they need to catch Shadow. So it's all about how the approach ends up pulling through here and if Shadow can hold things down. But for now, it is quiet across the battlefield. 4:20 on the clock, and Ghost, James, and Diesel all unaware of each other's location and waiting for them to push forward.
Goose is actually on an interesting spot. I mean, this is not the first time I've seen a defender in here, but the thing is, will Oaks be aware of this? If he pushes out, I mean.
Yeah, it's questionable. I do think... Yeah, I don't know. Goose is really tucked in there. They managed to get pretty far forward. Sky may end up finding the flank onto Oaks there. Oh no, Sky's on the other side of that stairway, so they won't be able to come up and push onto Goose. So, yeah, it could be an early kill, a quick evening of the scales. Diesel is actually going to be the first one to do that as they catch Ghost out trying to push up from the stairs, and information for the rest of the team on the south to work with. So Diesel likely not safe for long, and the Goose getting pushed up by Oaks, and Oaks will find that kill. Oh my gosh, and Marauder nades Diesel down. Summit's left with only 2 alive on the start of the round in map 2.
2 alive on this objective? Oh, not a situation I want to be in. Shadow returns to objective, so it seems Lup will be guarding inside, Shadow guarding the outside. Though they really should be careful. I mean, there's still 4 Mayhem players alive. And to be honest, we've seen some frag grenades flying around. One smoke maybe so far. But the thing is, there hasn't been any flashes flying around, so the defender should be careful about this. James actually catches Shadow Worms, and now Love is alone. Oh, this... Oh. To be honest, I really don't want to be on Love's shoes right now. Alone on this objective? Yeah.
The 1v4 is tough. They check the tablet, realize it's just them. They do have comms coming in from one of their down teammates, but that is it. And the res likely not going to be picked up by Lup, so the 1v4 is where it's at for now. Lup has to do stuff like this where they have to push out and check the outside.
Yep, in, out. Yeah, he has to check both sides, and Oaks is already moving into the building. D4 goes out, didn't catch any. Oaks just catches Lup, and Mayhem takes their first point on map 2.
Wrong win again, but Mayhem is the squad that does come out on top this afternoon. And an early lead for them on map 3. They continue to ride a lot of momentum here. And it's... I think they're barreling towards locking in, guaranteeing their advancement onto the semifinals. I think if they take a 4-0, they will... I don't know, guaranteed 4-2, because they could still lose 2 maps in the final series against Raptors, so I don't know. I really don't know where they'll land ultimately, but 4-0 definitely puts them in a pretty good spot, considering Pantheon's 2-0, so, you know, Summit's 1-1, Raptors are 1-1. They are right now the undefeated squad, the team to beat. And Summit is, well, they've been fighting, they've been battling, but only 1 kill that last round to start things off.
Yeah, though they still have the opportunity to send the uplink and turn the tide. I mean, this objective is really not defender friendly. Like we saw, once the defenders are cut down to less than 2,
yeah,
things really get tough for them.
Yeah, that is very true. It is a vulnerable objective, the indoor cap in particular, a risky one to defend from. So we'll have to see how Summit approaches on the attack here as we do false start our way into another round, and we'll wait for the round to start. These guys really need time to devise their strategies on a map that they've played, I would imagine, at this stage, Mitsu, hundreds of times.
Exactly. Speaking of which, while they ready up, I think they might need more time. Yeah, let's look at the stats. Summit first. Oh. Summit played it twice this season. Won all out of it. Oh, rounds win rate of 89%. That's saying something. On the Mayhem side of things, they've played it 5 times this season, won 4 out of it. Rounds win rate of 67%. Oh, I might dare say Summit might have chance of getting back now, according to the stats. Anyway, we'll be finding that out pretty soon.
Oops, I hit the wrong button. I'm going to start the round.
Summit got the same spawn, it seems. And off we go. Oh, early kill from James, catching Diesel while he tries to cross the main street.
South spawn, -1. Lima 4.
A nice grenade throw, but was short.
They might be pushing straight with that frag. Watch out, guys.
Okay, as long as someone on the main side watches the cross, they will only have to concentrate on the south side of things. But no, the defenders have moved to a different location. But Summit, it seems, won't take any chances. Battle going on between Oaks and the 4 remaining Summit players. A grenade toss, but Oaks managed to live out of it.
Bad nade.
Grenade flying here, and they're everywhere. Bombs just raining on top of your heads.
There's a lot of utility getting thrown here on the south side, and Goose does do a little peeking over the wall, a risky peek that catches a kill. James goes down. Not anticipating Goose to take that risk and look up and over. Oaks will find a quick frag, though, to keep it Mayhem in the advantage, and it's 4-3 now as Summit does get chipped apart, trying to work closer and closer to the OBJ. Goose, Oasis, and Shadow Arms are all that's left for the Summit trio, and they still have a ways to go, but they do have 4:20 on the clock to work with, so plenty of time left.
He's dead to your right over there.
Goose is playing this dangerously. I mean, if Joker pokes out, he will be caught. Oh, someone might be taking. Oh no. Yeah, Joker's holding a tight angle there. Shadow should be careful of this. But once again, Honor timing kicks in. Oh, but no. As Shadow makes that shot, Sky Joker was the one to get that kill. Once again, utility flies over someone's head. Didn't connect.
Yeah. It was getting utilized heavily here on both sides, and Mayhem are up into that 4-2 now, so a nice comfortable spot there in. Oaks is really tucked in, waiting for anyone to cross. I like this position, and I gotta wonder if Oasis is going to be ready for Oaks to be all the way over here on the other side of this wall, waiting for this rotation. And if anything, Oaks may be able to swing out and surprise Oasis here. No, Oasis finds Oaks, and they both trade. It means that now Goose is alone with one left alive. It looks like a DC from Summit's side, but I believe they were already dead, so I don't think it impacts the overall rounds in terms of how things have shaken out. But now Goose is alone, and a need for a res to make it a 2v3, which would be okay. But right now it's a 1v3 situation.
Oh, so the race begins. Will it be Goose or Ghost to first reach their downed opponents? Or will they meet in the middle? I mean, oh, Ghost is peeking out.
Where you at?
He's on me, on the street right now, in the street right now.
Goose finishes Oaks. Flash goes out. It didn't cut Goose. Or did it? No, it didn't seem to be the case. If only Goose can revive this, things will be better, but... Oh, this looks tough. But with the right timing, he might be able to res Oasis. This is really, really getting tense. I mean, just look at the timings. Oh, but it was Mayhem who got lucky in the end. Mayhem and Goose trade. Oh, that was Mayhem. Not Mayhem, sorry. Who was it?
I don't know who the trade was between, but
Yeah,
Mithril and Goose. Mithril.
Yeah, Mithril and Goose trades, and Mayhem is now 2 points up.
2 points up and 2 points away from taking the full series in round 2, going up 4-0 in total maps and putting themselves in very good position for the last round of this round robin. So yeah, it's certainly looking good for them. They're going to go on the attack with an objective that I do think is pretty hard to get a cap on, way over here on the north of Egress. Definitely pretty tough to get over and punch in a code, considering how tight the defense really does set up around this objective. But likely a few more rounds before Mayhem has the W, but they are certainly rolling towards it with the momentum of 3 map wins in their back pocket now and a 2-0 lead against Summit. The objective change could be what Summit need, and so hopefully the objective moving locations does give them a little bit of an edge, but they are quickly losing control, really. And if they do take 2 losses right now in round 2, their overall record will be 3-1, and I'm pretty sure that pretty much puts them out of contention for being one of the 2 teams that does qualify forward. So they really do not want to take a map loss right now. 2-2, there's still hope for them to go 2-0 on that final map, be 4-2, maybe compete, but if they do lose this second map, it's going to be very bad news for the Summit squad. And I do think it would be the end of their contention for the semifinals. So a lot to be competing for on the Summit side right now, and Mayhem so close. But they've been close before and had a hard time getting that final win. So we'll see if they do manage to pick up another offensive W here with a new objective.
Because he's just all over the place.
And the round starts. Oh, Oasis nearly avoids death as Oak swings around on the south.
Hey, slow. Don't, unless you're calling out for there, we gotta remember how exposed we are.
Mayhem is mainly pushing the main street, just trying to cross. I mean, there is Ghost going around for a flat. big detour, but other than that, Mayhem is just focusing on crossing the main road and approaching the objective. Which means they'll first encounter. I think they're. Yeah, I think Oasis will be their first defender to encounter. All the other defenders are mainly focusing on north. I mean, yeah, the other side. So, yeah, the current setups are really interesting because the Marsuk side Mayhem is mainly focusing on east, but the Summit defenders are mainly focusing on west.
They should be able to get their way across free and easy, honestly, as Ghost finds a kill over on that west side. A good opening distraction, because if they do draw more defenders over to the west, it does mean that they get this whole team pushed up on the east pretty easily. Oasis hasn't peeked out or found anyone yet, but continues to look and is really the only key element of defense here on the east side.
I'm quite surprised that Oasis still is standing and living. I mean, there were lasers moving around this head for so long, and he avoids death once again.
How? That nade was so close.
Yeah. And once again, he is facing death as Joker's laser is poking around him. So there's Mithrils. Oasis catches Mithril though.
One's far back as well with me.
Oasis reports in that there might be more attackers pushing in. Oh, this time he wasn't lucky. Joker's grenade catches him. Ghost finishes Diesel off. Oh, Summit will be going through some dilemma right now. Should they focus on north? Should they focus on west? Should they focus on east? Oaks finishes Oasis off. Ghost has now moved into the building itself. And they have an accurate kill count. Shadow Arms quickly returns to objective as he hears, and followed by Ghost, as they hear a Ghost approaching the building. Shadow should be careful with this. Yeah, he was almost caught by James. A flash flies in. So does grenade. Oaks finishes side up. Shadow warms off. Ghost catches Oaks, but now he's alone. Flash goes out. Ghost has already entered the building itself. You can actually send the uplink from there. And he has nicely smoked up the entrance. If Mayhem's plan is to send the uplink, they can do it anytime now. And Ghost has actually entered the corner with the tablets out. He punched in the codes and finishes this off as a nice 4-0.
Wow,
what
it's
action. Yeah.
Cleanly into Mayhem's hands, and off of a cap, they will take a 2-second map victory in round 2 and ultimately 4 maps in a row in their group stage. A super strong performance from this Mayhem team. They are coming into Season 15 looking as strong as ever. And they're the team to beat going into round 3. Undefeated 4-0. They'll be going up against Raptors, who are playing Pantheon right now on the other stream. So do go, please check them out and show them some support. Watch the rest of that matchup, and then come back here for Pantheon, or excuse me, for Mayhem versus Raptors for the final 3rd round of this round robin. We are almost finished. We almost have almost have 2 teams decided for the advancement onto the semifinals, but we're not quite there yet. We're going to go to a brief break, let that other series finish, and when we come back, it'll be the beginning of round number 3, map number 5 of the afternoon, and likely Mayhem versus Raptors, maybe Pantheon maybe the other matchup. We'll have to see still, because ultimately we want to watch the deciding matchup for first and second. But yeah, stick around. More round robin coming at you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to get into the start of our next set of maps between Pantheon and Summit. It's a real toss-up on who's going to take second place right now. That's what we're really diving into this map to determine. This series going to be vital in helping us know who is going to be second place. I do believe Mayhem at 4-0 has secured themselves in first and has secured themselves a guaranteed advancement on to the semifinals. Their seeding is still to be determined, depending on how well they perform against Raptors. Raptors, I believe, cannot afford to lose 2 maps. If Raptors lose 2 maps, then we could be in some weird contention for second place. And I think even if they tie, meaning they win 1 map against Mayhem, we still could have a scenario where one of these teams, if they both win, if they win 2 maps, could be second place. So both series that are live right now going to be deterministic of who is going to be second place. And it's a matter of just waiting and seeing how these teams perform and execute. So we are here on map 1 on Snow Peak and waiting for Pantheon to work their way up to the objective.
There's one at bunker.
Freaks just been proning their way up on this ice. Slowly getting closer and closer. Jester does pick off Goose, and Summit are down 1 early. Oasis trying to limit exposure. Find some kills over the top of the sandbags. Oh, and Absent taking shots. That's a big giveaway of position.
2.5 minutes.
Freak had been doing so hard to be silent on their approach, and Prof just kind of gave that whole thing away. Gave it so much away that Loop may be peeking out here soon. Oh, and there are 3 rifles lasered in over here on top of the Loop, waiting for them to peek up. As Freak does find an angle. Shots don't quite connect, though, and Loop's able to tuck in just behind the defilade.
Got another.
A hard time for Summit here going up against Pantheon, as Shadow Arms is all that stands between Summit and 2 points getting punched in by Pantheon. Smokes are coming in. They're heavy around the objective. Shadow Arms has to be cautious and prevent what could be a cap right underneath their nose. It's what this whole team is going for. Freak has Tablet out. Bo and everyone here, the more bodies, the better. They're going to get 2 points. Pantheon's pushing map 1 up 2-0. Another shutdown. They're really going for it. Shadow Arms just finding the kills. Duel is here. Freak will finally take the shots. Oh my goodness.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I had the number.
Freak didn't even see Duel in the smoke, it seems. They were surprised Duel was there. And Pantheon at least take a round. But that's all they'll take. Not 2. Summit getting really lucky there that 2 points wasn't secured. Really lucky. And in between rounds, I'm going to do my best to keep track of where the scoreline is on the other series getting played out right now. I think we're just waiting currently for what seems to be the first map between these teams. Raptors and Mayhem live on the other channel. If you are tuning in here, do be aware that that other channel has arguably the more important matchup live right now, so do please be sure to stop in and have both streams live, honestly. Catch all of the action. Don't miss any of it. Into the next round we go, and Pantheon swapping sides to defend
We can play it safe.
Summit on the attack. And you can hear Prof telling Pantheon and the team, we don't need to get aggressive. They got that early Mayhem or Marsoc round, so they can take it easy on defense here and just obviously let the attacking team come to you. That's kind of the name of the game.
I can't stop it. I have a red dot on MK18.
I think I might have seen the one going in.
Yeah, probably did.
Two pushing up middle lane. 2 pushing up mid.
Like close one?
Two to our left. They're not close to us, but they're very pushed up.
Middle alleyways. Watch them towards middle.
Oasis finds an early down. Duel will be able to radio in information, but definitely a nice start for Summit.
I'm still watching flank. I'm still watching flank.
Wonder if they're going to invest in sending someone around to try and get that res. They're so far away from the rest of the team, way over there on that far south side.
They had the drone in the middle of the air and they shut it down. It was above Prof. Holy shit. What's up, Johnny? I'm in playoffs right now. Wait, shut that door real quick before the cat runs out.
I heard a high five and a what's up. Someone entering there and distracting one of the Pantheon defenders. Maybe not an ideal distraction because they are down now 2 players on defense into a 3v5 with Summit slowly working their way up to push in.
Be ready to fall back. Only 3 of us.
Call out coming in from Bone that they got to be prepared to fall back, and definitely tough one to hold on to here for the Pantheon squad. More shots coming in from Jester. Denny continuing to push up through the center, and plenty of time left. 3 minutes to work with for Summit. 5 alive. They've got a nice push lined up in front of them. They're hoping to take back the Marsoc round and tie it up 1 apiece. Oh, and Freak doesn't connect on their shots. Shadow Arms finds the refrag, and now it's up to just Jester and Bone alone on defense on Pantheon. 2 alive to hold this thing down. Summit got to be considering pushing in for a cap right now.
At Sniper Mountain.
Still no kills for the Pantheon duo that's left alive. Everyone of Summit getting ready to push into this objective.
-1 objective, maybe 1 south as well.
Goose finds the kill over the top despite having 5 versus 1 as an advantage. And, well, it's, again, lucky that Pantheon don't have more scored against them during that round there as we tie things up 1 apiece on map number 5 of this round-robin group stage. Ooh, fun stuff on our first map. My voice is going, though. So, take these times for a little bit of a breather on my end.
Bone, you're ruining the roar out, quite frankly.
I like
We go
how
north
you
now?
can tell when people train.
Oh, fuck around.
This is the long OBJ and the north OBJ. In the tunnel.
This is the tunnel in the middle.
7E12 959 7E12 959.
Goose tucked in. Gosh, ready and waiting. Nade comes out.
Job, Duel. You play with the sex offender. You play with the sex offender. Hey, don't do that.
Look how far away Shadow is.
I'm down.
Was that convincing?
Oh, and a great pickup there. On objective defense gone. Pantheon with a real chance to push up and cap here. I suppose Denny and Goose are still here as they rotate off, and Duel getting a chance now to push forward. A lot of smokes on objective here. The push from Pantheon should be coming in. Duel catches Goose on the backside, and Denny has to defend, and as they rotate around on objective, Prof finds the kill. And 3 left alive. Smokes on OBJ. Still no cap secured for the attacking team, but I suppose a point is a point. Hopefully this is the right side. Pantheon, yes, go up 2-1. on our first map here. Let's see. Taking a look at the Mayhem Raptors matchup. First round has begun, and there are 3 alive on both sides. First map is Subway. A reminder that there is another game live right now being cast by the lovely Chumbait and Shipwreck. Please go check that out. Have it up. If Raptors can find a map win, I think they advance on to the semifinals. Mayhem have already locked that in by going 4-0 on their first 4 maps. Meaning that Raptors are going to have a pretty hard time going up against Mayhem because they have been winning consistently today. So, going to be tough. Into the action we go, though. Back to round number 4. And Summit on the push this time. Pantheon trying to put up a defensive round or 2 here and extend their lead a little bit more than just 1 point.
One snow piles, snow piles. Is it a snow piles?
They're going where I went.
Flank.
Oh, an Oasis Hearing Freak calling it out. Will swing for the trade, and that does benefit the Summit team more because Loop will able to get that res. Jester is watching, though, and a risky cross there. Oasis will find the trade. Their life catches 2. And they won't be able to res now. Goose goes down unresable. It's a 3v3 as that nade goes a little bit too far past Bone, and Bone survives to continue to hold and defend, but it is a 3v3 right now. Pantheon could make it a 4v3 if Duel can rotate here to get the res, but Loop is very much just a peek away from finding 2 kills if that's the case.
Oh, he's coming down the hallway. No, no. He's smoke him. Shit, man,
Revive comes in, makes it a 4v3. Bone gets smoked out perfectly. They should be able to pick that smoke up, though, and redirect it back towards Denny. A flash comes in up and over the top and does blind Bone, but on the backside, that flank on the north gets shut down. So it's up to the duo of Summit to try and make some magic happen, and Pantheon may push their lead up 3-1 here on map 1.
Guys work.
Good flash over the top. enables Denny to swing out and find the kill. The duo now pushing forward, stacked a little too tight because one quick clip could find the kill as Prof now peeks out. And now they push in onto objective. 2 minutes left on the clock for them to work forward. They've got Prof down on OBJ and duels all that's left. Pantheon maybe letting go of this defensive round right now with Loop and Denny pushing in.
Let's go. Good job, Love. Good job. So proud of you.
A friendly hug. It looked like a kiss from our angle, so who knows what kind of camaraderie they got going on over on the Summit side, but they're tied 2-2 in map 1. First glance at the Raptors Mayhem game. First round into the hands of Mayhem 1-0. Second round in progress halfway through. Reminder, both streams are live right now. Raptors and Mayhem battling it out over on technically stream B, but at this stage, it doesn't matter. We're 2 streams are live, both with great games, both with games that may determine who our second place winner will be. If Pantheon take 2 wins and Raptors take 2 losses, or Summit take 2 wins, there's a chance that any one of these teams could still be second place and advance on into the semifinals next weekend. So it's still up in the air, and it's good to see both squads honestly looking kind of relaxed, not seemingly too stressed about the rounds, still able to joke around. And we'll see if that ends up impacting any other one of these squads negatively. With a fresh objective and a relatively quick spawn in the north, Pantheon could be playing aggressive here on our 5th objective of the afternoon. Into it we go for round 5.
Wait, are we all going Grudge?
Yes.
Yeah, us 3.
There's no way.
Okay,
I say we don't wait for the drone.
got it. Pretty easy code.
727-8081.
The trio works their way up silently. Bone Jester all in control of the garage with Goose, the only defender against them. Very much likely that they hear Duel's footsteps. Especially now, so Goose should be aware that a swing is coming in a trade. 1-for-1. Goose will be able to radio information in those, so in their efforts to eventually confirm Goose, they'll be able to ideally tell the Summit team that there's 2 more pushing from the garage side. They'll need an adjustment. Loop will need to swing over there and do something about it, but if they do, they could be cut out of position. Freck is right here, pushing up through the center.
I'm gone. Yep. Have a grenade now.
2:40 on the clock. Denny finally getting rid of Freck up through the middle. An absent-minded Prof looking to get into a close quarters fight, but gets shut down before they can. Denny, Overwatch of Lup will save the day for them. The duo now is all that's left, and Denny will go down. Nice flank there from Jester. Makes it a 2v2. Loop pretty far away. Has a big rotation. If Shadow Arms goes down, there's a real chance Pantheon can put 2 points on the board here. The late rotation means that they get caught out rotating. Shadow Arms in a 1v2 holding down the objective. Oh, and the double kill from Shadow Arms puts Summit up into the lead. A massive clutch to keep them well up by a point. Summit goes up 3-2, and we can take a look at the KDs if we find a dark enough backdrop to do it. Update the scores there for you. And let you watch some replays from the other matchups so far this afternoon. Mayhem been playing very good. Deserve it of their 4-0 and currently a 2-0 lead on map 1. Although they may be in a position where they could lose a round. We'll have to see how things go for Raptors. You can see how it's going right now if you just tune into the stream over on that other channel. Raptors and Mayhem are live as we speak. Definitely a hype matchup there. And obviously, like I said, if they lose 2 maps on the Raptors side, I'm not quite sure how it all shakes out. And I think there's an opportunity for one of these teams to beat Raptors if they win 2 maps. So if Raptors lose 2 maps and Summit or Pantheon win 2 maps, then I believe Raptors are out of 2nd place. I think if Summit or Pantheon tie, then I don't know how it goes. So it's a toss-up, like I said, on how this is all going to shake out, but we're into round 6 of our 5th map of the day.
What was that, Goose? I might get AP points for the shit I've said.
Would not surprise me. Also, pretty sure you're going south, Oasis.
I'm going with you. Oh, shit. I just
What?
exposed myself to that line of sight again. Horribly.
Yeah,
Anybody there, I was fucking deleted.
yeah. Awesome. Also, the green phosphorus night vision works so well on this map.
Yeah, because it's green on white.
Yeah, well, the black dudes are very vibrant as well.
Hey, come here. Tell me if that's a person.
Say that. Sorry, that fire.
Come here. Tell me if that's a person. I can't see that far. See that?
It is the color of the jersey, so no worries. Uniform jersey. No one's wearing. Well, it's an esport, right? Both teams are wearing jerseys. It's a Marsoc jersey and a Volk jersey. But Pantheon tucked in, defended, ready and waiting. Hasn't spotted anyone yet, and let's take a look at the forward defender of Freck up here. Does have one attacker that's already slipped past their line of sight. Oasis taking their time on the backside. And 4 minutes left.
Another one dead. -2 on Heskos.
Quick 1-2 punch against Pantheon. Where's the on-objective defense? It's seemingly gone. Duel's far away. Bone is at least somewhat nearby. But if they get picked up, this could be Summit capping. And frankly, if they find the kills, it's Summit taking the map. So don't know that it matters either way. Duel is crashing back, though. And Freck's on the backside, flanking the Summit offense. Denny's going to be completely caught off guard. Goose tucks in just in time as Freck does push up and finds one kill. A quick refrag. Makes it a 1-for-1 trade. Summit not able to push up to this objective like they were hoping. And it's a 3v2. The back and forth trading, that's Summit. The final kill and the round win. The map goes into their hands for map 5 of the afternoon. And a impressive performance from them to lock in Snow Peak. Question becomes, where do we go from here? What maps do we have that we'll go into? And we can take some look at the stats, but there's not a lot for both teams in comparison to some of the others. Season 11 and 14 is nice. Summit, though, again, a team that has an older roster on it than what they are as a team. So always worth considering that. Really, in this group stage, it's just experience across the board with all of these squads. So map 1, definitely, again, exciting opening here to the final round of the evening, and Pantheon have a chance to lock in a potential opportunity, a potential chance to be the second place team. I think if they get a win, I think if they get two maps, they'll get the full win, and that'll be better than a loss and 3 ties. A win, a loss, and a tie. Or a win, a loss, and I don't know. Again, the website's got to do the process, the math for me. Because when I look at the numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Right now, Mayhem is guaranteed in first. The way it's calculating wins and ties is interesting because it's the series. It's not on a per round basis. I think a tie counts as a half point. Or a tie counts. No. Let's see. We'll know when we have the final score lines of both matches. But the Mayhem is guaranteed, and we're competing at this point for that second place spot. So, just waiting for our last map to be played out here. The final map of the Group A stage. Yeah, looks like we're headed to Shipyard for the last map of the afternoon. Been to Shipyard a couple of times today, so I guess no surprise, but I'll let them know that there's no need to wait on me and that we should be getting into the action shortly. Do bear with me as I deal with a technical restart here. Excellent. And yeah, map 2 is going to be Shipyard, so I'll update that for you as well, so you know what's coming up here on the stream. Both teams in a lobby, ready to go. We should be jumping into the action as soon as they're ready. I've given them the go-ahead that I'm ready. And yeah, is Pantheon going to bring that extra bit of focus now that they've taken that round, that map win? I wonder if they know how close it is for second place right now. And I think Raptors very well may lose. Well, Mayhem is in a 1v2 on attack, but they're up 3-0 on Subway right now. 1 point away from taking that first map away from Raptors. And yeah, I'm still trying to do them. I'm like, so trying to do the math in my head on how the second place gets determined, but I can't quite do it. So I gotta stop. I gotta stop trying to. I'm just gonna leave me with just a blank stare. You at home, you guys at home can do the math, okay? I'm not a math guy. Never have been. That's a fact. And yeah, map 2 should be kicking off any moment. Now it is again a Shipyard start. We can take a look at the active rosters on the afternoon for our second map here. I don't think it's any subs based off of what we had on our first map. So both teams bringing the full heat for the final map of Group Stage A in the round robin season 15.
Right now, copy. Yep. 83, 4, 11, 57. Sounds good, guys. Hey, we need to get Hicks. One more thing, guys. The drop off from second story, that cargo crate that's in the front of the building. Watch out for that.
I don't know if they changed tunnels. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Love inertia. What inertia?
One duo working their way up to the bottom floor, another duo working their way up to the top, albeit much slower. Defense, meanwhile, patiently waits for somebody to eventually push the objective ship. Definitely a vulnerable entry site based off of where everyone else is set up. If they can get in to the objective area, it's really actually a pretty easy capping point for Summit. So got to be careful of that on the Pantheon side. And Duel getting aggressive, finds 2 for the price of 1. Goose is down in Resible, though, so if they do drop back, which I think they're doing, Oasis should be able to pick up Goose, finish off the kill, and make it a 3v3.
We need to cover areas. Make sure you're watching our top too. Hey, one thing.
There's one place that's lower.
Yeah. Hey, props and blue.
I'm gonna push you.
It's underground. I mean, that's awkward.
And a big double for Jester on defense. Shuts Summit down. Pantheon looking like they were going to be in bad shape off of that round, but if Bone can catch Oasis, it'll mean Pantheon locking in the start of their potential climb to second place. Again, they need to win 2 maps, I believe, as Oasis rotates around. The shots don't connect on the Bone, and Oasis finds the full frag. It's a 1 versus 1.
That would have sucked.
One minute left on the clock. Time is ticking for Oasis. I do not think that Oasis knows Jester is on objective right now. And a good hold from Jester finds the final kill they need to put Pantheon up 1-0 on map 2. Momentum continues to roll into the hands of Pantheon, but it's still close. That one obviously coming down to the 1v1. A good job from the Pantheon team. And oops, I put the wrong thing again. That's what it is. Swap teams there, and swap scores, it seems. Didn't Pantheon win map 1-4-2? Am I going crazy? I'll have to double check. Oh no, Summit won map 2. Okay, I was wrong. I have the right scores, but I My initial score was wrong, but I put it in. Weird, why did I think Pantheon had won? Map 1. Anyway, back to it we go. Round 2.
Second floor. He's there underneath the staircase.
A massive double from Goose. Summit coming in strong on defense and shutting Pantheon down early. Trying to climb back in with a nice 1-1 on their turn to hold things down. And Prof will get a nice refrag. Gets rid of Goose on the roof. Loop gets rid of Duel on the ship. And Pantheon down to just 2.
One's in the ship somewhere.
Loop has dropped back from their initial forward ship position and is tucked in more on the backside, more towards objective. Prof seems to be considering going underground. That seems to be a new sort of priority choice for players because, again, you do pop up at the backside of the defense, ideally at least, and you could flank, catch Oasis, have a shot onto Denny. And I don't know that Prof was called out, but Shadow Arms should have been able to hear the footsteps. Maybe they're suspecting that someone is around them.
Yeah, I'm bottom story. I'm behind the box, don't worry.
And Oasis definitely is going to hear Prof coming up from this bottom floor.
Center.
And the final one has been identified by Summit. Pantheon relying on Bone to pick up another round here. And a 1v4, it's a tall order. Shadow Arms will swing out for an easy kill, though. Almost got the ankles bit there. Lucky they didn't, though, and will be continuing their push. Objective is somewhat open. Loop has coverage pretty decently, but if Bone catches Loop, they could push OBJ. One minute for the push and the cap. That flash and the timing has prompted the rest of the team to rotate back, and as they do, they'll catch the kill. Summit will tie up the series 1-1. Take a look at the KDs. Three coming in from Jester, 3 from Oasis, 3 from Goose. Summit overall after 2 rounds finding more kills across the board as well, so coming a bit more alive there. Is that right though? No, 6. I don't know. Onward, it's been weird about how it tracks kills since I've cast it. But anyway, I do think they have more kills if you do the math. And so, yeah, shooting better, hitting their shots a little bit better. Summit running away with that first map of the afternoon, and if they can take 2 with how things are going for Raptors, losing map 1 5-0 and now down early on map 2, I do think that Summit should be shooting pretty hard for these 2 maps in a row right now. They could be the contestant that qualifies on to be second place, even after having several losses. I mean, that's something that we don't often see in the round robin stage. You really do tend to have 2 undefeated teams that then play out in the finals for first and second seeding. But today we have a fight for second place, and I think that's what's making it so exciting to watch both streams. Make sure that you're tuning in to the Raptors versus Mayhem matchup live right now on this YouTube channel. Also, keep this stream up so you know who your second place champion is going to be. And what do we got here? Summit on the attack, Pantheon on the defense. A ship objective for round 3. Tons of nades coming in early and aggressive. Defense pushing up here, and a team kill coming in to start things off. Works out for Pantheon more so than Summit. A quick evening of the odds, though, puts it back to 4-4. Big kill there from Goose. Bone catches Loop, trying to get out of spawn, and Pantheon into a 4v3. I don't know what happens if we tie on this series. I don't know who wins. I don't know who gets second.
Middle cargo crate drop off on top of ship, kind of like right underneath the staircases.
-1 center. Really?
Interesting. Denny rotated from the middle to underground.
Nice one.
Wow, and they've managed to pick apart the Pantheon defense to where it's a 2v1. That's a long time to wait for his teammate to rejoin him and get into position, but they got plenty of time with 2:40 on the clock.
That building back there. Yeah, just rush through it. Just rush through it. Hello.
Chester starting to get a little nervous about a cap attempt. Ultimately has to stay within a certain radius of the objective, or it's too risky to be so far from it where it could be capped on. A huge comeback from the duo as Summit takes an offensive round. Denny finds the kill, and 2 points away from this Summit team, locking in a 2-map series in round 6. Snow Peak not going as well for Mayhem. 1-1 right now as they get into round 3 on the other stream. And taking a look at chat. Appreciate everyone stopping in, hanging out, and enjoying the action all day today. Been a long day of Onward VRML, and I do appreciate everyone enjoying it, soaking it in. Hopefully you're having a good time here, and, well, it has been pretty dang good VRML action all throughout today, so nothing really to complain about either.
Yeah, he didn't care. It was a party. He said, you know what, my team care that he was first.
It looks like Pantheon have lost a player.
It's a real one for the homies, dude.
They don't seem to be restarting. It is Saturday. And maybe someone had to go. As Duel will go down. For a moment, the Pantheon showing 5 on the board. There's Freak, gets just past Shadow Arms, who didn't quite look to the right there. Still hasn't looked after the utility comes in. Still hasn't looked after Freak takes shots with the MK-18.
What the invisible wall?
Hey, crash.
Bone is now a lone in a 1v3. The kill feed is bugged. Happens from time to time. Been a bug in the spectator system for maybe 5 years. Summit up 3-1 off of a trade. 2 left alive, and Pantheon down a player. Definitely hurting a little bit here as we do get into potentially the final round of the afternoon in this group stage. Let's take a look at the Mayhem series. Currently, Raptors leading map 2. Up 2-1. Like I said, I think if Raptors win a map, well, it's going to come down to, I think, a tiebreaker for second place. But Pantheon are going to go in with 4 again. The Summit with 5.
Yes, I'm coming with you.
They get a ship spawn here for this objective so they can quickly push in.
Yeah, let's just take full side of the ship. That's last round. Let's go.
And it does look like they are going to be pushing us. They even say it's last round.
This one is crazy. We have a line of sight watching, but there's also could be snipers. Watch sniper in blue. You should have smoked our cross.
Yeah, my bad.
It's all good. Somebody put a smoke through that fucking window. Minus.
The push coming in here from Summit with 4.5 left. Prof is rotated back from their aggressive rotation up underneath. And they will help and assist on the defense. But 3 kills separate Summit from going 2-0 here on their 3rd round. Quite close as they peek up and over. Bone finds a kill there. Goose getting over aggressive. Summit down to 3 into a 3v3. Pantheon could put another point here onto the board. And again, if it does come down to being tied, every point could matter. Flashes on both sides of the wall connecting there. As the push coming through. No, a prof not going to find the backside of Denny, who is going to make it up to the top floor. Shadow Arms swinging around the back end of the wall there. Denny finding the first kill. Freak goes down. Prof still tucked into the corner. Shadow Arms will find that one. Bone is alive and pushes back into the building. Has to at this point as Denny has eyes on. The tablet's going to come out. It doesn't need to come out. They could be going down if they're not careful. Bones work themselves into objective building. They'll get spotted. They'll go down. Summit will lock it in. And go 2-0 in the final series. Raptors are leading 3-1 right now against Mayhem. So I have no idea who's taking second place right now. And we won't know until all the series are finished with how close this is. And do we have all scores reported? I think we do. No, not yet. I don't know. Hopefully Chum can declare it on their stream, but I guess we're both in a bit of a time dilation, so Mayhem has qualified on, and we'll have to wait till everything's finished before we know who our second place is. But that's going to be it for us here on The Death. It's a 5-hour stream, and I have to go eat dinner. I appreciate everyone stopping in, hanging out, enjoying the action. Shout out to our sponsors, ProTube VR and Helga, the esports bot manager. It's a fantastic bot that helps you manage and organize all of your VRML games and scrims. Very important for the scheduling element and a big help. So go check that out. And yeah, that'll be it for me. My name's Ben, Nightfire02 Ease. Until next time, stay classy.